We will defend these police officers.
Listen to police officers' commands, listen to what we tell you, and just stop. The nation needs to realize that when we tell you to do something, do it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, then the courts will figure it out.
We don't get to take the law, we enforce it. But at the end of the day, each and every man has to go home safe. Sometimes the use of force is necessary. You need to comply with the police officer, the way the system was meant to be. Comply with the orders of police officers. Resisting arrest is a real and dangerous crime.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All. I'm your host, Dave Bourne, and it is Monday, February 8th, 2016, and we are coming to you live from Las Vegas. We usually don't do shows on Monday, but I decided to actually do a show this Monday. I went through this weekend and I just had a bunch of ideas that I was looking at. And I had figured that I would actually do a show tonight. Now, one of the issues I've been having since I started was I went back and forth whether I was even going to do a show, essentially because one of my applications that is very important in the breaks and stuff like that was not working. I don't know if it's not supported anymore because when I went to look for it, there was another app there. And so I do not know. So essentially, I'm kind of a little thrown off by that right now, but I figured I would do a show anyway. And I don't know that this thing that I fucking downloaded is even, I don't even think it's the same thing, even though it was under the, same what do you call it? It was like under the same URL and everything of the original thing that I had downloaded, but it's actually, I don't know. Hopefully I didn't download a virus and shit. That's what you always got to be worried about, but I don't know what the fuck happened, and that's just pissing me off and it's throwing me all off anyway. But tonight we're going to talk all about the drug war, but from a different perspective, and I'm not as prepared as I wish I was, as this was more of a last minute thing for me where I was going to actually do the show in a couple weeks. And like I said, I decided might as well put a show on tonight. And it's a subject that obviously I'm very familiar with. We've done a show on the drug war before, but from a different perspective, because I want to look at it more from how it affects all these different things, not what the average person sits there and thinks it affects and is happy. Oh yeah, that kid with drugs on him, that's good. I'm glad he got arrested. And that whole type of attitude, as opposed to all of the things that happen and all of the actual the reality that comes into play when you're talking about the drug war. And don't mind me if I'm a little thrown off here. I'm still trying to get this fucking thing like figured out, and it doesn't seem like this is. It looks like I'm gonna just fucking get rid of this because, oh, is it even there? Yeah, because it doesn't look like it's doing what. Basically, it's just I had a program that converted files. Essentially, I don't want to get too much into it, but it would convert a certain file format to another file format. And when I go to their website now, I'm getting, download this whole fucking thing and all of that. And of course, that is not what I want. What I want is the exact same thing I had before, essentially, with it doesn't matter if it looks the same, but that performs the same function. So essentially what I'm going to do is take a quick break. I do have a couple clips, luckily, because that's what I used to get my clips. So I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll start to get into the drug war. Another thing, obviously, that I want to talk about is Ronald Reagan and all the lives that he had ruined that people don't seem to recognize, as well as the debates and how no one's talked about drugs, period. They talk about Reagan all the time. They love talking about him, but they fail to talk about drugs. So we'll play this clip, and we'll be back right after this. Of course, if you'd like to call in, you can call in at 702-470. I'm like, that's my other number. 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-664. Or you can Skype into the show at Nonpartisan Liberty for All. It's all one word. Just send a contact request, your name, where you're calling from, and what you want to talk about. And check us out at nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. You can see I'm like a little thrown off right now. So again, I apologize for that. So we'll be back right after this.
Is a street legend. He went from being a poor, illiterate, aspiring. Freeway Ricky Ross is a street legend. He went from being a poor, illiterate, aspiring tennis star to one of the biggest drug dealers in Los Angeles history. After being part of an international drug ring and making up to $2 million a day, he's starting over from scratch and trying to build another empire, this time the legal way. 20 years of prison have turned this former kingpin into a fully literate activist who is trying to make a difference by keeping kids from following in his footsteps. Today, he sits down with RT to talk about his rise and fall and to discuss his connection to the CIA Contra controversy. Ricky Ross, thank you for joining us today. A lot of poor neighborhoods here in Los Angeles have suffered from gangs and drug abuse, and a lot of people blame you for that. Now, how do you think that you can help and rebuild these communities?
Well, I think I'm the perfect one for this job that needs to be done because, I mean, if you haven't lived this life, it's like an experiment. You know, my life has been an experiment. And had I not been through this experiment, then I wouldn't know what happened. You know, most people don't know what happened in South Central. They don't know how you get started selling drugs. They don't know how you get out of selling drugs. They don't know how you can go from being illiterate at 28 years old to being as literate as I am now. You know, basically, I do law work. You know, like I said, I'm filing my paperwork today in my lawsuit.
What do you think about the rapper Rick Ross taking on your persona?
Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
He's never sold drugs. He's never been involved with any type of crime. You know, he was a college boy, played football, from what I understand, and he was a prison guard. You know, and you know, to be a prison guard, your record has to be spotless. You know, so he's definitely created a fraud, and he's perpetrating a lie.
What role did the U.S. government play in bringing crack cocaine into L.A.'s poor black neighborhoods?
The government needed this money to fight this war over in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas. Russia had gave the Sandinistas $100 million to fight with. Congress had cut off all the money from the Contras. So now the Sandinistas had an advantage. Reagan and Bush had made the Contras their pet peeve. They felt that if Russia took over Nicaragua, they would be too close to America. They would be in our backyard. I believe that they felt it was more valuable to sacrifice a particular sector of America and a race of people in America in order to save the whole country. So they let these guys open up pipelines. Danilo Blandon, Norman Nessis, and the rest of the crew that worked with the Nicaraguan connection. Because I knew about 10 or 15 different Nicaraguans that was all inside of this, Contra organization that was selling drugs. So by them allowing these guys, or basically turning a blind eye, because I don't think the government necessarily gave them the drugs or whatnot, but in a sense they sanctioned it because they turned a blind eye. They knew that these guys were selling drugs, but they did absolutely nothing about it. I also believe that had they not let these guys sell drugs, it's possible that I would have never become a drug dealer.
What does that say about our government when they're looking the other way while a deadly substance is coming into our communities for the sake of fighting a communist regime in Central America?
Well, it says that our government will sacrifice its people to accomplish a goal. And this is not the first time that they've done that. We've known numerous times in our history where they have sacrificed, especially the black man.
In that case, it's tough to hear that the ends justify the means.
They felt that it was more valuable for them to keep Russia out of America, and for America to keep its way of life.
Do you think that the CIA or any other sort of government agency is still helping to funnel drugs into America?
Well, I mean, if we look at Afghanistan, when the Taliban controlled Afghanistan, the flow of heroin was almost zero. And now it's up, hundreds of percent more than it was at that time. So it makes you wonder. I mean, what is really going on? How can the Taliban control drugs and now America can't, control it? Heroin is on the rise again. And it's Afghanistan heroin.
The CIA connection to the Contras and the huge influx of drugs into Los Angeles wasn't made public until journalist Gary Webb started to report on it.
Gary was on a mission. He didn't approve of what I did. But he said that if I was in prison, all the other players should be in prison right there with me, and that I shouldn't be used as a scapegoat. He felt that justice should be level. You know what I'm saying? Not to where if you got political pull or you got money or this, that you can escape justice. And that's how Gary felt.
Everything that Gary Webb said was eventually proven to be factual. So why do you think that it was so controversial when he was actually coming out with it? And why do you think that he was attacked so much by the mainstream media?
What they really tried to attack him on is they tried to say that he said that the government deliberately put the drugs into the black community. They took his words and twisted them, and I never saw where he said that he think that the Bush administration or the Reagan administration or anybody went into an office and said, hey, we're going to plan to put these drugs into the black community to destroy the community. That's not what he said. He said is that what I understood him to say is that they knew that it was taking place and that their workers, because the Contras was on the CIA payroll, so they was their employees, and that they did nothing about it.
Now, in some speeches, Gary Webb talked about how the DEA told him that what he was reporting on would put people's lives at risk. Now, do you think that was just a scare tactic? And are there parallels from what was happening then to what is happening right now? Today in the news, we hear about WikiLeaks exposing all these U.S. military secrets. And we're also hearing on the news that these secrets are supposedly putting people's lives at risk. I mean, talk about the similarities.
I mean, our government is really out of control. You know, DEA, FBI, they're really out of control. Nobody, I mean, like, when we find wrongdoing in our cases and stuff, there was nobody that we could run to and say, hey, you know, this guy is doing such and such and such and such. You know, even with the crooked cops, there was nobody that we could go to express what was going on, that these cops were beating us. You know, these cops busted my head open and with flashlights. They let a dog bite me while I was handcuffed. But there was nobody that we could go to and express what was going on.
You didn't even know how to read when you got out of high school, yet you were still able to run a multi-million-dollar business. I mean, how is it that you're able to go through school and never learn how to read?
Well, the teachers really weren't interested in teaching me. They were interested in getting a paycheck, which is another one of America's way of thinking. See, America's not thinking about getting smart. They're thinking about getting a check. And when you think like that, then all you want is the money and the hell with the product, you know. So what I've learned is that the product is the most important thing. You know, being in the game is more important than getting the money out of the game.
Tell me about your involvement in the hip-hop game.
My pet project is a social network website that I started right now. It's called freewayenterprise.com. We're the biggest social network on the West Coast. We just broke inside of 100,000 ranking in the United States. I think we're 330,000 in the world. So it's growing. I think we reached those numbers faster than even Facebook and MySpace did. So I'm making some progress. With that, it's a platform where artists can come on, put their music, and be discovered by different A&Rs come on there looking for artists. I myself looking for artists to sign to my label.
Back in the day, rappers used to talk about real issues in the ghetto. What happened? Is hip-hop watered down?
They don't know what's going on in the streets. They don't know about the struggles. Because when rap first started out, you know, they talking about, I mean, you know, the ones that I first started with was Rappers Delight. The guy talked about his son was telling the dad that he didn't want to go to school. He said the teacher was a jerk. She must think he was a fool. And all the kids smoke weefer. I think it'd be cheaper to get a job and learn to be a street sweeper.
My son said, Daddy, I don't want to go to school because the teacher's a jerk. He must think I'm a fool. And all the kids smoke reefer. I think it'd be cheaper if I just got a job, learn to be a street sweeper.
So he was talking about what he was going through. You know, what he thought about school, what he thought about his teacher. You know, what he thought about all of the people around him. But that's not happening now. These guys just found somebody that was glamorous, you know, which was us drug dealers, and that's all most of them talk about right now.
Now, when you talk to young people, what is it that you really want to stick to make sure that they don't follow in your footsteps?
You know, I don't care if you don't learn nothing else in school, but learn how to become a critical thinker. Learn how to decide what is right and what is wrong for you.
Ricky Ross, former drug kingpin, hip-hop entrepreneur, and multimedia executive, thank you so much for joining us today.
Man, thank you for having me. I mean, it's wonderful, you know, and you know, hopefully we can get this message out, man, and save America.
Hi, my name is Brett, and I'm currently recovering from a dangerous and extreme belief system. A belief system that if I had not taken action, most likely would have landed me in jail or even a mental institution. This belief system has many names, but it is most often referred to as libertarianism. For years, I would frighten ordinary people with long rants about the non-aggression principle. That's the central ethical stance in libertarianism, which asserts that the initiation of physical force against persons or property, or the threat of such force, is inherently illegitimate, regardless of what kind of excuses somebody makes up to aggress. I know. When I hear myself say it out loud today, I realize how crazy I once was. But I've made a lot of progress. Through my exposure to new points of view and sources of information, I've realized that I was being just too optimistic about the huge group of people who live their lives peacefully and mind their own business, and too cynical about the tiny group of people who disregard these utopian notions of non-aggression, property rights, and self-ownership in order to keep us safe and maintain stability. Even though a lot of the time it does seem like they have no problem treating our communities and the entire planet like their own personal f***ing whoa. I'm sorry. Still trying to let go of some of this negative imagery. Like I said, recovery is a process. But it wasn't just the flaws in libertarian thinking, it was also the dangers. This occurred to me one day when somebody who lives in the real world asked me the question, what would you do if you woke up tomorrow and government was gone? I had never thought about it before, and at that point a terrifying worst case scenario started to play out in my mind. And before I was even halfway through this imaginative what-if scenario, things got so dark that I was forced to swear off the philosophy of liberty for good. Because of the difficult economic situation, we would have to assume that there would be a significant spike in property crime, theft, and looting. Now, libertarians might try to argue that property owners would demand protection services and somebody would quickly rise up to meet that demand. But I think things would be a little too chaotic for that. Now, imagine this: a sudden and enormous increase in violence. The first kind of violence would be property owners trying to defend what is theirs, which libertarians would argue, rightfully so, that they have a right to do. But friends, this is a worst-case scenario. So, there would also be a rise in violent crime in furtherance of theft, and things would quickly spin even more out of control. Now, libertarians might again argue at this point that whatever violence or theft is taking place would be far less than what the state was carrying out the very day before. But don't worry, my fellow non-libertarians, I'm about to make this scenario much, much worse in my imagination. Even if most people turned out to be peaceful and capable of rational thought and recognize that violence is totally impractical, there's always going to be bad people. And they would have decided, for whatever reason, that they were going to continue going around and enacting random violence on whoever they want to get whatever they need. Now, at this point, again, the libertarian would chime in and say those kinds of thugs would be drastically outnumbered by peaceful and cooperative people. But in the worst-case scenario, these violent actors wouldn't stop just because they were outnumbered. They would band together. They would carry out their violence in predation against the people in groups to increase their chances of success. And what we would have over time, maybe it would take a few weeks, maybe it would take a few months, maybe even a few years, groups of these violent marauders going around finding communities filled with peaceful and productive people getting along and living their lives, and they would go in and kill them all and take their stuff. And I can already hear the libertarians saying that is so stupid. If these violent marauders killed all the productive people, they would die off themselves. Since they don't know how to do anything besides violence, they would eventually starve or run out of resources. And that would be the end of it. But I'm one step ahead of you. See, over time, we have to assume that the marauders, the thugs, would get smarter. And after several bands of these thugs had died from starvation or lack of resources because they killed all the people who knew how to do and get all the stuff, they would realize that when they raid a village, they have to leave some productive people alive so they can come back later and take the new stuff that they made. And over time, they would actually develop even more subtle and efficient methods of exploiting their victims. Instead of roaming around or periodically going back to a village and killing more people and
Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it! If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
What are you waiting for? The Free State Project is nearing 90% of its goal of 20,000 pledges to move to New Hampshire. Still on the fence? Click on the video to watch our documentary, 101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire.
Nonpartisan liberty for all, and I'm sitting here now obsessing over this fucking thing because it took me so long to find this damn program, and I've been using it, Jesus, for a while now, and it looks like it no longer exists. And what happened was it just it stopped fucking working. So I don't know what happened, but it doesn't seem like it's out there to use anymore. And hopefully I didn't get like a fucking virus on my computer or something that fucked something up, because that would suck. And then I'm looking at all these other programs and then just kind of going through those. But fuck, man. So anyway, I guess things are just going great. I probably should have skipped today's show after that happened. But I wonder if I can reinstall it. It just basically started failing, and I had no idea why. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I don't know why it started failing. And I know everybody wants to listen to this. Probably no one's listening because nobody even knows that we're on right now. But there's a lot of things that go into the show, and this is actually an important one of them because this is what sets up all the clips that are played during the break. Now, to some of the listeners, it might be not a big deal because they might not listen to it anyway. It might just be, whatever, when those are played, I believe, or don't listen or whatever. And I don't know. I know on YouTube I can find out, but that's really the only place that I'm able to see really where I don't know what this is. I'm trying to find where I can maybe reinstall it. But that's really the only place where I can see how many minutes people listen, because some radio's weird like that. Somebody could listen for fucking 5 minutes and turn it off, and it's still gonna count as a listen, but at the same time, you know, I don't know if that person listened for, you know, 20 minutes or an hour or whatever. And the other thing I didn't get to do is, you know, on Facebook is let everybody know, at least on my page, that there is a show on. So I need to do that real quick as well. And I don't want to use up all my breaks here, but I only planned on being on the air till 9. So I have a couple more things to play that actually do relate to drugs. And then I have a lot of stuff to say about them, if I can now find them, because now they disappeared. Fuck. Yeah, this is not the... this is not one of the best shows that I've done in a while, I would say. It's probably one of the worst shows I've done in a while. But that's where, you know, something small like that, you know, to me, it's not a big deal as far as I expected, okay, I'm just going to go and set this up. And then it looks like it's like still here. But I'm just going to go and set this up, and then I'll be all good. And then you don't prepare for those type of issues to come up. So some issue could come up that, you know, is really something small, or that seems like something small that turns into something big, where I wasn't able to download my clips because of the what had happened with my program. And really, I just want this fucking program back. And now I'm sitting here worrying about, fuck, if I don't get this motherfucking program back, what program am I gonna use? So, and it looks like it totally changed. Like now it tries to put something else on your computer. And again, I don't want to get a virus or something like that and destroy my whole fucking computer, and then I'm screwed then. I guess I could use my fiance's computer, but you know, I have all my stuff all set up, and that wouldn't be a I hate how they always ask, like, can we install this or can we install that? And so what I'm gonna do is, just for now, and I guess I'll probably end up going till 10. I only plan on going till 9, but being that I'm spending, you know, an hour of the show here dealing with this shit, what I'll do is play some clips and go from there. And I was actually playing a pretty good clip that I do like on the I can't tell how long these are here, from the I can't even think of his fucking name right now. I'm like retarded. I can't think of it, from the School Sucks project. I can't think of his name right now. But he did a great job on what I was playing, and then I hit a button and fucking fucked that all up. So I will, actually, I do have a list of some stuff from the last show that we can play. So let me go to that, or at least I have some hacktivist stuff. So let me play this for now. I'll try to get back as soon as possible and hopefully start the show. So Sorry about that, everybody, for our technical difficulties, and we will be back as soon as possible. So listen to this.
Anonymous. Cyber attacks.
A new kind of warfare.
Hackers and activists. Security leaks. Computer hackers. Hackers.
Activists.
Anonymous has struck again with a warning. This is just the beginning.
Anonymous is a collective known for recent attacks on government and corporate websites.
The internet is a powerful new medium where just a handful of people in small groups, just by shifting data around in the right directions, can make big changes and big damage.
The more you said, the more frightening it was.
The Pentagon is now singling out Anonymous as an example of the serious new cyber threats facing the country.
The fundamental unit here is information warfare.
We're gaining back the freedoms that the forefathers assured us through technology, and we can't allow these freedoms to be taken away. I will put my body on the altar of liberty again and again and again.
Information is the weapon, and information properly understood and properly used in an honest way is more effective than anything else in the world.
If you've got your eye on Boeing, yeah, please go for it. I'd like to see those fuckers go down. Download the code, modify the code just a bit, bombard the Pentagon. You're either with us or you're against us.
It's not scary to be going to prison?
No, I never was scared to be going to prison. There's all these cool people, and I'm learning all these cool things, and you know, I'm making lifelong future friends, and you know, it's future business partners, certainly. Embarrassing people. I enjoy it. It's viscerally fun.
He's an instigator.
The most lovable little pest on the internet.
His ability to make other people so angry is the talent that he has.
Almost 99% of the articles that come out for Weave, they all start with, he's a dick, he's an asshole.
Little Weave is going to troll the fuck out of Apple and AT&T.
How do I plan on keeping my cornbread safe in prison? I will stab a nigger that dares reach across my plate. I am the Bruce Lee of Reg XP. I didn't get caught. I put my name on what I did.
I'm not here to play nice with AT&T. I'm here to comment and criticize. There was a URL on an AT&T web server with a number at the end. And if you had add one to this number, like you could have typed it in the iPad web browser over and over again, you would see the next iPad 3G user email address. Here's AT&T handing out a complete target list of their customers. It was morally required to come forward and sort of put them over the coals for this. It was like 114,000 email addresses.
And it's quite a list.
New York Times CEO Janet Robinson.
White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel.
Diane Sawyer.
Not to mention the U.S. Army and Congress.
And it doesn't get much more high profile than Mayor Michael Bloomberg of New York City.
Mayor Bloomberg was like, this isn't a big deal. It's not like people can't find my email address.
I'm aggregating public data and using it to criticize people whose politics I dislike. The FBI is combing through people's emails, grossly violating their constitutional rights. I think I have moral superiority here.
NSA and FBI are like both walking here,
and they're looking at the computers and they're like, my God, these red dots, they're converging. They hit a button.
No black SUV. There's been black SUVs outside like the past couple days, so.
All the red dots are in the same room right now.
There's gonna be even more later.
Magic fucking genie. You're actually in power. You're in charge.
The most drastic improvements that need to be made are in the education system. We need to give people the kind of classical Western education that they used to have. We need a curriculum that embraces, you know, like Keats and Byron.
It doesn't sound revolutionary.
It's absolutely revolutionary. We have people in power that have explicitly engineered our education system to make people dumb, obedient, and uncreative. Getting them out of fucking power and remaking it so people can be free-thinking, well-educated, sensible, non-reactionary people. This is a revolutionary thing, and it's probably going to require a whole lot of bloodshed.
Why has the FBI targeted you?
They have, by their own admission, been surveilling me since I was 15 years old. That was in the search warrant they used to kick in my door in 2010.
And why?
They wanted me to inform on hackers on the internet. You know, like they've tried to get me to do that many times.
There is a congruence between whistleblowing and hacktivism and hacktivists. The similarity is speaking truth to and of power, revealing the power structure, whether it's corporate, whether it's government, or both. I was a senior executive at the National Security Agency, and I served there for about 6.5 years. I blew the whistle on the secret surveillance program called Stellar Wind, which were the foundational surveillance programs that ultimately Edward Snowden, 12 years later, is now disclosing through reporters and journalists. The government went ahead and prosecuted me under the Espionage Act. And I faced, it was a 10 felony count indictment. I faced 35 years in prison.
Hackers are important in the sense that they have the capacity to expose the secret or the inner workings of the state, which is why they are terrified of hackers and they are going after them with phenomenal vengeance.
We are looking at increased transparency.
Unprecedented transparency.
They want to avoid scrutiny. So our response, our best weapon, is to bring scrutiny to them. CNN and all these other things, they're not going to spend a single hour doing actual investigation.
He called the former head of the NSA at home, like, on a weekly basis for a couple months, trying to get him to talk to him.
Barrett was speaking in that language of real adversarial journalism, that the purpose of journalism is not to please those in power, but to report the truth, even when it makes those in power uncomfortable or reflects poorly on them.
29 years old, a cocky college dropout, a self-described anarchist, Brown proclaims he is policing wrongdoing.
He was brash, he was cocky, he was arrogant.
He's fucking full of himself. He's awfully narcissistic.
He held court, so to speak, from his bathtub.
Fucking around on Tiny Chat.
Focus, but you can't take away our focus. We're growing up in middle of a digital ruckus. You can say fuck us, I am putting on the stoppers. We could be hackers, making it like Lakers. While we become workers, you become golfers. The modern day coppers beating on us for the papers.
The take of NBC Brass was Barrett was not a very appealing character. He was not somebody that they wanted to tout as in any way heroic or doing an admirable thing.
Barrett was somebody who was very open about his own struggles with substance abuse.
He was on a maintenance drug, like a methadone, like he was on Suboxone. At least he was trying to stay off hard drugs, you know, to be on at least a medicine.
Who are the members of Anonymous? Who are they?
They're everyone. I mean, you'd be amazed. There's obviously a lot of people who are hackers or just work in IT. They work for major corporations in some cases. There's journalists, writers of all kinds, people who work at gas stations.
What is Anonymous?
It's basically the power of an absolutely massive group of people coming together.
Anonymous are your brothers and sisters, your sons and daughters, your parents and your friends. Anonymous is you.
Somos anónimos. Somos legión.
ونحن نتسامح مع جرائمكم.
We were involved in Operation Tunisia, Operation Libya, Operation Algeria, and Operation Egypt.
Anonymous cannot and will not stand idly while people are being denied their basic rights and human liberties.
Understand that something is horribly wrong with this world.
The Tunisian government has made itself an enemy of Anonymous. The Egyptian government has revealed itself to be criminal
for the good of mankind and for our own enjoyment.
To end the corruption, we must expose it.
If you are working for a corrupt company, leak the data. If you are working for a corrupt government, leak the documents.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
Join us in this battle for freedom of information worldwide.
Remember, we are you. Anonymous is you. And you are anonymous. You are fighting for yourself, the web, and for the next step in evolution.
It's a very interesting relationship Barrett has with Anonymous. Barrett's anonymous. He's their spokesperson. Barrett's not anonymous. He's not their spokesperson. Is Barrett really anonymous because he doesn't hack and he doesn't really have computer skills? Well, does he have a Guy Fawkes mask?
He was fulfilling a very valuable and important function, which was to give Anonymous the legitimacy it needed. He was the person who was willing to go on record.
It's an open brand. Like, anyone can sort of label what they're doing anonymous. If you're doing something that people don't approve of, then Anonymous will turn in on itself and sort of like eliminate that, you know, like whatever it is that doesn't kind of fit in with the truth-seeking, justice-seeking ideology.
Are you not worried that even an informal involvement with Anonymous is going to end up with you targeted, with you potentially going to jail for this?
I mean, in Texas and indictments, it's like a Texas bar mitzvah. I got friends who've been died, they've gone to prison. I mean, you know, it happens.
He was interacting with other hackers. A couple times he wanted to make the point that he was not a hacker, that he was of the community.
Anonymous members try to hack into people's personal accounts and attempt to post personal information. We haven't tried to hack into anybody's personal, like a military person's personal account. And if we did, we wouldn't fucking go around bragging about it beforehand. We would wait until we were done. This article is also poorly written, and I object to that.
He wasn't able to just kind of do anything cleanly without people giving him a hard time about it.
My actual title is Cobra Commander. So that's something that needs to be acknowledged, I think, further. I also go by faggot now.
They use that non-pejorative fag. He's an ego fag and a moral fag and a leader fag and a, you know, just about everything, but a fag is, you know, leave it to the internet to have to repeat themselves.
What happened today is certainly illegal. Why are you willing to show your face?
I'm more useful as a name fag than I am just as another person with his name hidden.
Barrett being a named person was his own doing. He did not show up as anonymous. He showed up as Barrett Brown.
There's a new world being born here. At least that's the perspective of the people in it. And I think Barrett really reflected that and gave voice to this emerging worldview. Whether it's valid or not is another question.
We are anonymous. We do not forgive. And we do not forget.
I'm the de facto leader of a movement, screaming hack the planet back in 99. Activism in its prime.
Sabu spoke about things in terms of this being a movement for revolution, and everybody was his comrade or his brother.
He had kind of built himself up within Anonymous and had this reputation of, like, doesn't give a fuck freedom fighter.
There's de facto leadership, de facto organizers. Someone had to have the idea and start bringing people in. So for a little while, they're going to listen to this guy. They're going to say, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it?
There are two types of hackers. There's a ghost hacker who constantly changes his identity so nobody knows who he is or even how to really get a hold of him. And then there are people with permanent fixed identities.
Subversive. Fuck the feds. Fuck the government's obsession with controlling the people, and fuck our lack of privacy.
Sabu had a permanent identity. He made it pretty clear what his philosophy, his politics were.
I find him to be incredibly annoying. He uses words like, what's up, niggy, and he's a very, like, to me, like, I'm annoyed by everything that he says. Like, I don't like his terms and the way he, like, talks.
He was the king of the hacking world, doing it like a sir, in fact.
Friends around the globe, we are low security.
That's unexpected.
LulzSec came from Anonymous, and they enjoyed what each other did.
Laughing out loud at security, lols, sick.
Yeah, yo, that's right.
Greetings from Anonymous. For the past decade, the government has tried to take control of our internet ocean.
The Lulz boat was just sailing the infinite seas of hacking excellence, hacking the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, yo, that's right.
We have Fox, X Factor, Sony Pictures, FBI affiliates, CIA, PBS, Senate, Bethesda, Sun, News of the World, Arizona Police Department, AOL, AT&T, NATO, US Navy, your mother. Who's next?
Topiary, is everything alright? Are you dead?
Crossing the road, I'm not gonna
Are you okay? Remember you tweeted my fucking phone number, said 512-560-262. Here's the leader of LulzSec. Call him now, and you put it on the fucking LulzSec Twitter.
Barrett Brown is the leader of LulzSec. Give him a call now.
I got 200 calls.
I might have been a bit inebriated.
Hurry up! Get the sign. Do you have it?
They say it has?
Oh my god. Oh my god, he did it. Oh my god. Oh my, you did it, man. No, I'm watching it. I'm standing here watching it. You did it. It's working. It's totally working.
I was working in a cubicle. I'd be like, oh, what are those LulzSec guys doing today?
You know those God hates fags morons that protest soldiers' funerals and stomp on American flags because they got a problem with gay people?
God hates fags. What part of that don't you understand, girl?
I don't fucking understand why God hates fags.
Because he can.
You can sometimes take over the websites themselves, put messages up as we did today with Westboro.
That's unexpected.
If you check downloads.Westboro Baptist Church right now, you'll see a nice message from Anonymous.
The hacks got bigger and bigger and bigger. Pull up the screen, and they're like, Tango down, CIA.gov for the lulz.
Very well, sir.
I'm like, oh shit.
What a hacktivist can do and does do all the time is embarrass the power elite in a way that, boots on the ground can't. So you can go and sit in front of a building You can circle the Pentagon. That doesn't really embarrass anyone. If you hack the website of the CIA, you've embarrassed the power structure of the nation state. You've embarrassed the Pentagon. You've embarrassed the United States of America. You've embarrassed it by puncturing the illusion of their power.
You made us look bad. You taunted us. We don't take too kindly to that. You embarrassed me. So when someone comes along, like a hacker, and exposes the dark underbelly of this beast, that beast, it's not just tickling the beast, they're going to take some swipes at you.
One of the most notorious hacking groups of all time has had its head chopped off.
We turn to the government crackdown on a loose, large network of politically inspired hacktivists.
A 19-year-old who goes by the nickname Topiary was arrested in Scotland's Shetland Islands.
The FBI will pull in some 17, 20-year-old kid and threaten them with 100 years in prison just to get them to inform on people. There were at least 3, snitches involved in the takedown of Lulzsec. This was a domino effect. People were taken into custody that folded on their comrades.
He was an American computer programmer, entrepreneur, organizer, and internet hacktivist. He was involved in the development of the web feed format system RSS and the social news sharing site Reddit. He founded the group Demand Progress, which campaigned against the Stop Online Privacy Act. He's Aaron Swartz, and here are his top 10 rules for success.
Feel very strongly that it's not enough to just live in the world as it is, to just kind of take what you're given and, follow the things that adults told you to do and that, your parents told you to do and that society tells you to do. I think you should always be questioning. I take this very scientific attitude that everything you've learned is just provisional, that, it's always open to recantation or refutation or questioning. And I think the same applies to society. And I, felt growing up, I slowly had this process of realizing that all the things around me that people had told me were just the natural way things were, the way things always would be, they weren't natural at all. They were things that could be changed, and they were things that, more importantly, were wrong and should change. And once
Today in the United States, many rarely think about the origins of the common issues we face. Militarization of police, major crime in urban areas, large prison populations, and violence in Latin America. Since collective mindset is so short-term, many accept it as a basic way of life now. How it's always been. Well, it's not. In fact, these issues are very much new and stem from one single conflict: the war on drugs. The war on drugs, or drug war, is not just government action against drugs. Over the decades, it's grown to control many aspects of American life. It's led to a shift of how the United States views its own citizens. This video will aim to put the drug war in perspective. You never know how influential something is until it's gone. So in this video, we'll ask, what if the war on drugs never occurred? In an alternate timeline, the US doesn't go through the harsh strategy it did to curtail drug use. How would our country and practically hemisphere be changed? Here is one scenario. But first, some context. If you wish to skip straight to the scenario, click on this button here. The war on drugs is a 4-decade-long conflict by the United States, domestically and abroad, in an effort to crack down on drug use. Its original aim was to lessen drugs and the impact of drugs on American society. It wasn't until the late 1980s when the goal went from treatment to punishment for drug users. The war took a fundamental turn after this. At first, the term war on drugs was meant metaphorically, like the war on poverty, but soon it became an actual conflict with real bloodshed. The government began arresting those in possession of drugs and those who distribute, driving the trade of drugs further underground and into the black market. In the 1980s, the Mexican cartels and Latin American drug lords rose and split the continents amongst themselves. They profited from the sale of cocaine, marijuana, heroin, and any illicit drug, just as Al Capone had during Prohibition. Their main customers being ironically Americans, where the drugs were illegal. The drug war became entangled with political and social wars across Panama, Colombia, and eventually Mexico. Pablo Escobar made his name as king of cocaine and used his wealth to establish dominance over Colombia. In 2006, the Mexican government declared war on the cartels and sent in troops to crack down on the gangs. This started a decade-long war in which 100,000 people have died, and the cartels are still as strong as ever. Mexico today is plagued by corruption and violence, with its government being barely able to hold on to the land they have. Long story short, the drug war is a failure. Even if somebody is morally against illicit drugs, the facts are evident that the American strategy is not working. Brute force and bashing the problem with a stick didn't help anybody. Drug use among young people is still on the rise, illegal narcotics are still cheap, and crime is still prevalent. It didn't stop society from turning away from drugs, it only drove it underground and fueled violence in the process. So what if the drug war never occurred? What would be the social and political effects in this alternate timeline? Here is one scenario. The original goal of the war on drugs was to lessen and prevent drug use among the American population. In this alternate timeline, the government could still do this, but through different means. To combat the effect of drugs on society, there never needed to be a crackdown on the drug users themselves. This doesn't help anybody. By arresting users instead of treating them, this creates a new society of criminals. If a drug user is arrested, convicted, and serves time for possession, it will be almost impossible to find a reasonable job in the future. By doing so, they can't progress and turn to crime for both money and to fuel their addiction. The drug war actually created more crime, as citizens became criminals after jail because they were imprisoned and have nothing else. In this alternate timeline, the United States does not automatically convict drug users for possession. This changes almost everything. By not convicting for possession, the United States prison population doesn't rise to be the largest in the world. The drug war created the modern militarized police force in the United States. The militarized police that are such a debate in today's society are not in this alternate timeline. Home invasions, pat-downs, and other arguably unconstitutional actions do not occur. Without harsh drug laws to enforce and to combat the crime which rose from them, police are very different in this alternate America. It's difficult to predict what they would be like, but I assume there would be less tension between the general public and police. Urban areas would be more prosperous. In our timeline, young blacks and Latinos are more likely to be searched and convicted on drug charges. Usually happening to young males, upon release from prison, they lose the opportunity to move up, and this creates a perpetual culture of crime in the inner city. This harms the family unit and created many of the issues we see among urban populations today. Removing the drug war from the equation wouldn't make everything happy and dandy in the inner city, but it would dramatically improve the situation. Less gang activity to peddle drugs and less violence all around. Mexico's political situation would be very different in this alternate timeline. There is no way to predict if the country would be completely stable, as Mexico hasn't always been the most stable nation, but it would be greatly improved. Cartels wouldn't be splitting the entire country up and waging war on one another. The government wouldn't be so corrupt and the people wouldn't be stuck in the crossfire. This leaves better economic opportunity and less immigration into the United States. In Latin America, the violence in Colombia wouldn't have rose due to cocaine production. In fact, multiple operations done in Latin America would not occur at all. However, the drug war was actually useful in some aspects. In this alternate timeline, cocaine and heroin use wouldn't have dropped by 40%. In this alternate timeline, there could still be a government effort to curtail drug use, just in a smarter, responsible, and less violent way. Whether certain drugs would be legal in this scenario is hard to say, but if any drugs were, programs would be implemented to teach responsibility. Think of health advertisements about drunk driving or smoking, but with marijuana. The specifics of this aren't very important. What is that it wouldn't be a literal war on drugs. If the government had attempted to help drug users and combat the epidemic through education and other efforts, perhaps this could have gone down a different path. We'll never truly know. This is just one scenario out of the thousands. What do you think would have happened had the drug war never occurred? Like us on Facebook and subscribe if you have not done so. This is Cody from the Alternate History Hub.
You are listening to Nonpartisan Liberty for All Radio with your host, Dave Bourne. Call in at 702-470-7664 or Skype in, username Nonpartisan Liberty for All.
And we are finally back. I apologize for the inconvenience there. Hopefully people got something out of the clips that I played. I thought that was one of the most important things when it came to activism. And I said this when we did a show on it, that hacktivists are not most important things, but most important people when it comes to activism is hacktivists and what they do, because they have the ability to do a lot of these things that just normal people, not to say they're not normal, but people like me, unless you have some kind of training or you're a lot of these guys, they don't have any training. They're just geniuses when it comes to computers or when it comes to hacking or whatever. And what they're able to do is unbelievable. So I finally found this program. It's more of you're just going through a website as opposed to downloading anything. And I have to figure this all out after and make sure I don't have anything on my computer that I don't want, and figure out exactly what I want to keep on here and how I'm going to. I'm glad I looked at this today, because yesterday it would have really pissed me off on a regular day that I'm supposed to do a show. Today there wasn't a show scheduled. It was more last minute, where I decided to do a show. And then from there, I want to make sure I download this. It says to paste your, continue. Yeah, I think I'm doing this right. Is it downloading it? No, that's not what I want. Fuck. This is a video that I actually really want to play. I mean, I could play them directly from YouTube, but that is not what I want to do. So when it comes to stuff like that, I like to have my files all ready and ready to go. And that's part of the preparation I do for the show. And one day maybe I'll do a video because it's there's a lot of stuff I gotta, go through to do this. So is that all I gotta do? Did it download the fucking video? Again, I apologize. I'm like, this is a fucked up show today. But anyway, the video I'm downloading now, I wanted everybody to hear because I want to relate this also to the current presidential election, which is a bunch of bullshit, which, of course, I think is rigged, and I've talked about that before. We're actually going to do a show tomorrow with Shire Dude, and also we may have a special guest. I'm not 100% sure yet. She's going to be on at some point, but Annette Tahero, I always fuck up how the pronunciation of her name, who is running for the House of Representatives again. She ran 2 years ago. She got the Republican nomination, and then from there, in the district she ran in, because she's a Republican, the district she ran in, I don't think a Republican was gonna win in that district, and I think that was the issue there, that either way, she was not going to win in that district. So now she's running in okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this thing here. So now she's running in actually my district, and I don't vote, but she is a friend of mine. So that's maybe something that we'll talk about as well. Balancing that, her being a friend of mine with the fact that I don't vote, and how she feels about that. I mean, I'm sure she respects my principles, because actually, I probably shouldn't talk about this. Well, it's not a big deal. I was going to originally help with her campaign, and it was just something that for me I couldn't do. And it's funny because other people have talked shit recently about me not helping with somebody else's campaign who I didn't even support. First of all, I was like, if I was going to help with somebody's campaign, it would have been Annette's, if anybody's. But I didn't even help with her campaign because I felt like that I'm going against what I believe in, and I don't do that. So I told her if she needed me to do things like, research statistics or, things like that, like some research stuff or things along those lines, that I would have had no problem doing that. But when it comes to, actually going out there campaigning, it was just something that I felt like I couldn't do because it's just not something that I believe in, and I can't compromise. That's one thing that I don't do. And I was talking to somebody about this because I was talking about girls in general as well, is a lot of girls want to change people. And I'm not saying all girls, so don't, I hope nobody out there gets mad. But what happens a lot is a girl will meet a guy and they will, for example, like a lot of things about them. and there's some things that they say don't like. And then the things that they don't like, they'll want to change. They'll be like, well, you know, I don't like this about him, but I can change this. Or I don't like this about him, but I can change this. And really, that's the worst way to be, in my opinion. And I say that because I think that you need to find somebody that you want to be with, and based on that, love that person for who they are. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get like this list now. Now that I finally kind of have this. Oh, jeez. All right, now I'm kind of fucking this up. Fuck. Let's try this again. Oh, I forgot I have my clear button here. I have basically like a template where I have certain things that go on to every show. So like songs and stuff like that. And then I have things that only go on to, you know, it depends on the topic. So the clips that I play are based on the topic. And then from there, I add those onto the specific topic. I add those, and a lot of times I actually save them as playlists as well, because then if I want to go back and I'm doing a show that's similar, or I need to find a something from a past show instead of just going through, because I got tons of stuff now, so it's hard to just, you know, go through everything. So what I'll do is usually I'll just try to look for that playlist and see if it's still there. So, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do now, so I can get everything all set and feel comfortable and just get everything going. And like I said, I mean, this was a show that I didn't plan. I mean, I planned on doing the show. It's just I planned on doing it like next week, and it was a last minute thing that I decided, well, you know, I wasn't really doing anything else tonight anyway. And I do enjoy doing the show, and I thought this would be an important show as well. So what's going to happen, though, is probably if people start listening to it, I should probably try to cut it up, but most of the posts from the show are automatic. So, like, meaning that it will automatically post the show to YouTube and various other applications. So that's kind of an issue, and I'd have to go back through all those and repost it. So maybe we'll be able to do that. So again, I apologize to all the listeners out there, anybody who actually took the time to listen. Some people are interested in stuff like that, though. Not saying the clips that I played, but some people are interested in those as well. But some people are interested in hearing kind of some of the show prep stuff, I guess. I don't think that's why anybody listens, but I do want to do a video on everything I do that has to do with the show. and all the stuff that I go through. And when I say go through, not that it's that difficult or anything like that, but like I said, you can have a minor issue pop up and that can just throw you all off. And sometimes it can be something like really stupid, or not stupid, but minor, and you can have a minor issue and not realize it and be looking around, and then with somebody like me, that will throw me all off, because when I'm dealing with setting up the show, if I fuck something up, it kind of throws me off a little, and then it just, I don't like to start the show in a bad mood or in a rushed feeling, rushed or anything like that. So anyway, the topic for the show today that I didn't really prepare for because I didn't plan on doing it, but I have a lot of this stuff in my head anyway, which is why I ended up doing it, is the war on drugs. And we talked about this in another show before, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective than I had before, because I think when we looked at it before, it was just more about the police and the government and just focusing on that part of it. Although we did focus on how it affected people's lives and how people got killed and things like that. I recommend everybody read The Rise of the Warrior Cop, because it definitely looks at a lot of the things that have happened because of the drug war, like people getting killed over no-knock raids, or people... police going to the wrong house and somebody getting killed, kids getting shot and killed. It's terrible, and it's over what? So I want to go back a minute and kind of look at this from a different perspective. And if people could, if anybody's still listening, if listeners could kind of just take all those preconceived notions, all of those, I guess, thoughts that they already have, judgments that they already have, and drink some water, and look at it as objectively as possible. And I know that's hard, just like on the other side, to look at it. But I don't think that's looking at it objectively, to be honest, looking at it the other way. But you think about, one, a person's body, and not even their... saying it that way kind of sounds weird, but a person. So you take a person, yes, people don't always know what is best for them, but I would say that most people know what's best for them better than you do. And I know right away people are going to dismiss that and say, well, I'm older than them, I've been through this, and I can look at that too with a lot of people, not even with drugs, with something like relationships. So you can look at somebody else's relationship and look at, I see exactly what they're doing and what they're going to do and why they're doing that, and they're going to fuck it up and whatever. But there's nothing you can tell them. I mean, you could do your best to try to be there for them or give them your advice if they ask for it. But there's nothing you're going to tell them that's going to stop them. And especially parents, but friends, relatives, they think when it comes to serious issues, I'm not talking about something like, hey, should I buy this or save my money? Or you should, probably save your money, whatever. But even with stuff like that. But when it comes to serious issues, or, should I marry this person? Should I do this? Go out and drink? Should I have sex? Whatever. And I'm talking about usually people at younger ages. But it doesn't matter what you say to them. And the more that you try to say it in a way that you're trying to, or it comes off like you're trying to control them or tell them what to do, the more it's like they're going to want to do it, or they're going to dismiss your opinion. And most likely, they just want validation anyway. When somebody asks you something or asks for advice, I mean, it depends what it is, but the majority of the time, I think when they ask for advice, it's more to get validation than to get the actual advice. They want to know that what they plan to do, you agree with. So you agree with them on what their plan is. So whether you agree with them or not, they're probably going to do the same thing. Now, again, it varies in what we're talking about. But the point being, people need to make their own decisions. Not only do people need to make their own decisions, they need to live their own lives. And within those lives, they own themselves. And that's where it comes down to, and I say they own their bodies. I mean, you could apply that to sex or other things as well. But I'm talking about more physically what you put in your body. You have the right, if you really want to totally destroy your life. Now, I wouldn't advise people to do that, whether it's through drugs or alcohol or, and you can look at how hypocritical that the government is. First of all, to initially ban alcohol, they had to pass an amendment. With drugs, the federal government just did that on their own, which is unconstitutional, because that would be something per the Constitution that would be left up to the states. Now, to me, the Constitution doesn't matter anyway, because it doesn't give you any true freedom anyway. But even looking at it via the Constitution, you still see how, that's almost a perfect example of progressively how they take more power. So, and this is kind of just an aside, but the war on drugs, to me, is all about power and control and what they were able to do with that. But in 1920, 1921, when they passed I think it was 1920, when they passed the Volstead Act, as they called it, and they passed the amendment to ban alcohol, they, instead of the federal government just passing a law, which they could have just done, but it would have been illegal. But that doesn't seem to matter. But at the time, in the 20s, I don't think they were to that point yet. Now, you can go back to things I've heard about Lincoln and how during the war he violated so many parts of the Constitution during the Civil War and all of these things. But that essentially they weren't ready for that yet, meaning the people weren't ready to accept just violating the Constitution like that. That's just my interpretation of it. That at that point, they weren't like where people are now. Not even close. But they were still further along than people were, say, maybe 30, 40 years before that. Because it was we're going to take more power and more power and more power. Because first of all, I would say they don't have the right to do that anyway, to pass an amendment to ban alcohol. So they had I don't want to say the balls, but in a way, they took more control. Either way you look at it, they said, we're going to take more control. We're going to tell you can't drink. Right. So even though they did it via an amendment, they still said, we're going to tell you can't drink. And then, of course, they ended up repealing it because they realized what a bunch of fucking idiots they are. You would think, of course, knowing the government and all the things they do now, maybe you wouldn't. But you would think anybody with common sense would say, all right, this didn't work with alcohol. Why would it work with anything else? And alcohol is probably, and I can't speak to a lot of things because I haven't done them, but from what I've seen with alcohol and even drinking myself, I mean, alcohol to me is the worst drug there is. Now, of course, I've never done heroin and I've never done crystal meth and anything like that. So they could be a lot worse. And they may be. But if they are, they're probably the only ones. And again, I'm not saying that from experience. I'm just saying that because I know how bad alcohol can be in so many ways. And the only reason, I think the only reason that alcohol is able to or was able to remain legal, I mean, you have a history there for one. I don't know when things like heroin and cocaine and all of this stuff came into the mainstream, and they definitely did in other countries before the U.S. Like, I know they had opium dens in like China or something, or the Asian countries because they grew them there. So it would be before then. But there was a history with alcohol in the U.S. You know, there were the whatever they called them back then, maybe just bars. So they had bars. But one of the things, alcohol is more innocent. And I'll tell you why. Because it's a drink. And everybody drinks. And when I say everybody drinks, I don't mean everybody drinks alcohol. But obviously everybody drinks liquid because you have to survive. So I think it makes it more innocent to drink alcohol than any other drug. Because whether it's a pill or you're snorting something, I mean, who the fuck does that on a regular basis? Or you're shooting up, or I guess smoking would probably be second because a lot of people smoke cigarettes. But, you know, like smoking crack or something, there's not really a comparison there. So I think because of the difference there, that alcohol is a drink and a liquid, that it makes it so much more innocent. But either way you look at it, there was never any amendments passed on any drugs, or not even something like, you know, because I'm trying to think, like, how would they do that? Because, like, now they're having problems, fuckers, as new chemicals come out. They're trying to, like, ban everything. So they're like, okay, we ban these chemicals. Now we're going after this. And then now we're going after this. And now we're going after, you know. So they look at those kind of the same way, where they're, you know, looking at all this different stuff. So I don't know how they'd have that in an amendment, but the same way, you know, alcohol was alcohol. It was one thing. And if you were able to change the ingredients of alcohol, because it would have to be, I don't know exactly what the amendment says, but it would have to be something specific as to what it is, just like now as the DEA adds all this shit on the list. But they didn't do that with drugs. Because by that time, first of all, they had just fucking murdered a president. Because it really started, and I know there were laws going back before that. There were marijuana laws, and supposedly the marijuana laws all started from just wanting to ban hemp because of competition with, like, wood or paper or something like that. And I'm not clear on the whole issue between hemp and using, I guess, wood, because that's where paper comes from. But a lot of things like that have happened throughout history, where the only reason that something is illegal or wasn't used or was banned or whatever was so somebody could get a benefit out of it, a financial benefit or some other type of benefit. And it's crazy. But from what I understand, they really didn't start enforcing drugs until, you know, Nixon started the drug war. And Nixon really, I think it was really at the end of Johnson's term there, he had passed a crime bill. So I think that was kind of the start of it, but that was more at the end of his term, because I think it was in 1968. There was some crime bill. And then from there, you had Ronald Reagan, of course, and he took the drug war and put it on steroids. I mean, the way they talk about him at all of these, you know, whether it's a what do you call it? A Republican debate or just talking about Reagan, fucking Mark Levin, because I guess he worked in his I don't know if he actually worked in his cabinet or not, but he did work somehow within the administration, and within that administration he talks about it like how great, I believe he's a lawyer, so I think he was in the Justice Department, but he talks about how great Reagan is and all these conservatives. And really all Reagan did, man, he said a lot of shit that he never really came through on. And I think one of the reasons is because they let him know what was up when they shot him, whether they intended to kill him or just intended to scare him. I don't know. I mean, I would assume they intended to kill him because, you know, how are you gonna just make sure you injure somebody in that situation? But I remember that in David Rockefeller's book, and he's like in his 90s now, but in David Rockefeller's book, that he had mentioned that Reagan was one of the ones who actually went after all those so-called secret societies like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderberg Group. And actually, I don't know if Bilderberg was around yet. I think they were. And the Trilateral Commission and all of those. So he had went after them. And I think really, from what I understand, I mean, it was Bush that was supposed to be president. I mean, he was the one who was a former head of the FBI. He was friends with all of these elites. He was one of the elites himself. Reagan, I don't know enough about to say. I know he was a fucking actor, really. And besides that, I mean, what did he do? He was a governor of California. I didn't like him for what he did with the Black Panthers, and he took away the people's rights to, I think, open carry because of the Black Panthers. But anyway, he had them over in 1984, and Rockefeller says that in his book that, he didn't like us, but in 1984 he had us all over to the White House, but before that he didn't like us. Yeah, because you fucking shot him and tried to kill him, and that's why. But I kind of got off my main point here, going back to thinking of somebody's right to put what they want in their body. And there's so many things that are bad for you. You look at all the food we eat, which is probably worse, or all these chemicals that are around, or all of these microwaves and cell phone towers and all of the shit like that. And you look at all the shit that's around, yet, the focus has always been drugs. And this is where, and I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but one of the reasons why I say all police are bad, because all police arrest people for drugs. And essentially what they're doing is kidnapping somebody for choosing what to put in their body, which they have no right to do. And the logic of some people would be where there's a couple things. The government said it's illegal, so they have to do it. Now think of that, the government. And they'd say, well, the government is made up the people, and the people made that decision. The people didn't make shit, okay? I didn't have any fucking decision on that, and neither did the majority of people that are alive today. Did they have any decision? And you're talking about decisions that the majority does not have the right to make. It's like, does the majority of people have the right to decide what you eat for dinner or what you buy at the grocery store or when you have sex? No. And they shouldn't have. Not they shouldn't have. They don't have any right. All they have is a government that has more weapons and more people willing to use them than the average person, so they can force people. But if you look at the ramifications of drugs and what it caused and the damage that it has done, it's just unbelievable. It's done more damage, I think, at least for my generation. It's done more damage than probably any other. Well, I was trying to think maybe the generation before mine, but they seem to get away with it more because, like the hippies and all the stuff they were doing. But I don't know that for a fact. That's just my perception, is it seemed like the hippies smoking all the weed and LSD and mushrooms and things like that, that they just seemed to be able to get away with it. But that doesn't mean that they did. And I don't know if it's because it did seem like, and again, this is just my perception, but it definitely, well, it's not, because you can look at this, you can look at the statistics like prisons and things like that. So the drug war really didn't start until the 70s. And if you look at the hippies in the, you know, late 60s, early 70s, doing all the drugs that they did, it really didn't ramp up until the 80s and Reagan. And I don't know what, well, he might not know half of it anyway, but what he would say to that. And why you have nobody talking about it. The fucked up thing is the only person you have the only politician that's really talking about it, because in all these debates, I've listened to him. Now, I haven't heard every single word, as I'll listen while I'm at work because I have them on YouTube, and I'll just listen to them while I'm working or whatever. So I'm not catching everything. I'm not focused on every little thing they say, but I only caught marijuana coming up once, medical marijuana, in all the debates. The only person really who I'm obviously not a fan of, but who's brought it up is Obama. And really, he just did it as a way as, well, this affects minorities, and this is a way to help them, basically. And it doesn't just affect minorities neither. Now, I've talked about this before, that obviously I think the police are, I would even call them a racist institution, and a lot of the racism comes from government, because they're the ones with the power. But you have plenty of white people that have been in the system and have went to jail or have been punished over drugs, which makes no sense. What is that really? And I'm trying to think of this on a level of, it's like the government parenting you. It's the government telling you. I mean, how fucked up is this? The government is telling you you're bad. You can't do that. You can't put that in your body. It's really fucked up if you think about it. And I would say the same about prostitution as well, but that's not, what we're talking about right now. But look at the actual concept of what is going on. So what is going on is not only the government, because usually things like that, although I think, the government was obviously heavily involved, but they come from people as well. So you have a certain amount of people, and I've heard people say it, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? Like, who the fuck are you to tell somebody what they can put in their own body? If they, and then at the same time, though, actually, I take this back, because I just remember Chris Christie brought up drugs and drug programs. So that did come up like for the first time in like the 8th debate, because it came up in the debate on Saturday. And I don't think it was a question. I think it was just something he was saying that he had done, where he didn't put people in jail, he put them in rehab or whatever. But you have that as well. You have maybe somebody, what are you going to put? Anybody who does any drug is an addict and should be in rehab? Because you have that too. Some people may need rehab. And the whole thing is, if somebody doesn't want to go, if it's not something that they're into and that they want, then they're not going to quit. So you're going to take somebody who you catch smoking marijuana, and maybe they smoke it every day. And really the main thing is it affecting your life? So if it's affecting your life to the point where you can't function, you don't go to work, or you have marital problems or family problems directly because of those drugs, and usually the main drug that causes that is fucking alcohol. It definitely is. You look at percentage wise, there's no doubt in my mind that the drug that probably ends more marriages and causes more problems is alcohol. And things should be set up in a way where if you're somebody who wants help, you should be able to get help. But the other thing that they have now as well is all medical records are being tracked by the government. It's even in Obamacare. Now, I don't mean they're being tracked like to spy on you, even though that's probably part of it too, and they throw those in with the rest of the records on you. But even in the bill was that they wanted to track outcomes. So if, say, I don't know, this person has a bad back and a certain or something specific, and they want to track that people are getting the same type of care. And I almost think that goes back to that part of that is that they believe in certain communities people aren't getting the care that they should be getting. I think it's really obviously up to the doctor if you have a good doctor or not. And there could be I guess, expensive doctor who it doesn't mean he's the best doctor neither. I mean, it's hard to even find a good doctor and when I say that, like, to get, like, how do you, I mean, I guess with the internet, but besides that, I mean, you know, what do you get, a recommendation from people like, oh, who's your doctor? Who's your doctor? And that kind of, I don't know, weird. I guess that's more, who's your gynecologist? But doctors are more, are fucking scared as shit now too, because they have to carry so much insurance. They don't want to give out the wrong medication. If they give out too much of something or somebody overdoses, or, I mean, there's been people that have overdosed and died based on what they said, the amount to take. And, you know, they can prove that by an autopsy, but is that the fucking doctor's fault? Just like the gun manufacturer. Well, I guess in that case, it may be if they told them to take this amount and they did and they died, but there's things that are unknown and maybe they didn't tell them things that they should have told them. It's But one of the most important things to me when it comes to the drug war and it comes to people understanding is starting at self-ownership. I think everything starts at self-ownership, not just drugs. So when you're born as a human being with rights. Now, I don't want to get into a whole abortion thing because I definitely support abortion, and I think at any time, and I know a lot of people disagree with me, but at any time, if a woman wants a baby out of her, it's her body. The baby needs her body to live, that she can take that baby out of her body. Now, if the baby can live on its own, then that's fine. That's a different story. And of course, if they induce labor at, 8-9 months, the baby, obviously will be fine anyway if they induce labor a little early. But there's, of course, people that just don't want the baby to exist, whether they want to give it up for adoption or not, because they know, there's a kid out there that's theirs and whatever. And so you kind of get into, that's a whole nother issue for a whole another show. But my point being, once a baby's born, that they're, somebody plans on having a baby and they didn't plan it originally, but they made the decision, okay, I'm going to keep this baby after going through whatever, or maybe trying to figure out who the father is. And they decide that they're going to keep the baby. And they have it at that moment. To me, that's a life that is its own in a sense. Now, I know a baby can't take care of themselves by themselves. And that's, obvious that a baby's not going to be able to, start walking and get a job and feed themselves. And this is where I kind of where I kind of don't know exactly when you say that, okay, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, and you don't. Now, I know I had Dana Martin on the show, and I should ask her to come on again, because we definitely not only didn't cover enough, but I want to remind people, because I think that is a very important subject as well. Peaceful parenting and unschooling and homeschooling and all the stuff that she got into. And I remember, and this will probably shock people, really, but that her son wanted to play with matches. And he was 3. So essentially at 3 years old, he was doing what he wanted to do. Now, she didn't just give him a book of fucking matches and say, go ahead, have fun. She was there, explained things to him, made sure they were in a safe environment. I don't remember where they were, but I'm sure they were somewhere where if, a match just got thrown, they weren't in like the living room of the house where the whole fucking house is going to burn down, or even in a place where the forest is going to burn down. But the point being is that she gave her kids freedom to do what they want. And we really didn't get into drugs. But when you think about that, most people, now I'm not saying at 3 that you give your kids drugs. Obviously, if they're like, I want that, it's like, well, you don't know what it is, and I'm not helping you to get it, so whatever. I mean, you can rationalize it in a way that still maintains their freedom, I guess, if you want to do it that way. But at what age, if your kids start asking you, which they don't even have to do, obviously, they can go do on their own. And think about that for a minute. Would you rather have a relationship with your kids where if they wanted to do drugs, that they would come to you and tell you that, and you could make sure that they're in a safe environment, and that, you know, maybe they even did it with you? Now, looking at that from the other side, and when I say the other side, it's really the legal fucking side. Of course, cops would arrest you, charge you with, what's that stupid ass charge? Contributing to the delinquency of a minor and all of this shit. But the same with alcohol. But actually, in Nevada, I believe, and I don't know if you have to be 18 or you have to be a certain age, but I know in your house that you can allow your kids to drink in your house. Now, I don't know what happens if they go out, but I know that you can have a party at your house and allow your kids to drink. I don't know about other people's kids, so don't take my word on that. Go do your research or call the fucking police. Well, I probably wouldn't call the police station, and if you do, call from like a payphone or some shit. But you can do research, and I'm 99% sure that you're allowed to let your kids drink in your house. But as far as other kids, I don't know. I don't think you are, but I'm not sure. But again, that would probably be the safest way to do it. If you had a party and allowed kids to drink. And I remember when I was in high school, somebody that did this. Of course, I wasn't there. I wasn't friends with any of these fucking assholes. But that somebody told me that one of the kids' fathers actually got kegs of beer. And they were like freshmen. This was like freshman year. And it was the whole football team. And, you know, they all stayed over. And I don't think anybody was old enough to drive anyway. And, you know, he got them beer. And let them, you know, fucking get drunk. And if you go, I don't know how many years you have to go back, but stuff like that was a normal thing. I mean, you have people having kids at fucking 14. And you look at Europe, and you look at how Europe doesn't have the drinking problem that the United States has. So when you look at things like allowing somebody to do something doesn't cause the problems. And in the U.S., you could say, well, people over 21 have problems. But yeah, that's because they've been waiting their whole fucking life, and it's been such a big fucking deal. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to play this Ben Carson clip. Hopefully these are clips that I got from my new way, I guess, for now, of getting clips after the show. I'm going to have to go through this, but I'm going to get more into all the damage that I believe the war on drugs has caused, but we'll also talk more about the self-ownership side and the side of kids doing drugs and the difference between having a problem and just, I guess, doing drugs recreationally. And at the same time, is it worse to just tell your kids, oh, don't do drugs, and then if you find out, they get in trouble? Or to be there for them and let them trust you, and if it's something they want to do, be involved in that. That kind of sounds bad. I don't mean be involved like necessarily do it with them, but, maybe in a situation where you're there. Anyway, if you'd like to call in, call in at 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. I appreciate anybody who actually had stayed after the issues we had at the beginning, especially on a Monday night where nobody knows that I'm on anyway. So I'd be surprised if we have any live listeners, but if we do, I'd be happy to hear from you. You can also Skype in at Nonpartisan Liberty for All. Just send a contact request, what you want to talk about, your name, and where you're calling from. So we'll be right back after this. Check us out at nonpartisanlibertyforall.com.
Ben Carson did a rapid-fire Q&A session with Glenn Beck on his policy positions. And we could talk about this all day long because he says a bunch of ridiculous stuff. But I want to narrow our focus on the drug war.
Do you continue the war on drugs?
Absolutely.
You do?
I intensify it.
Let me ask you a question. It doesn't seem to be working now.
Yeah, well, go down to the border in Arizona like I was a few weeks ago. I mean, it's an open highway, and the federal government isn't doing anything to stop it.
Really? That's the problem? The problem is the federal government just isn't actually enforcing the drug war. That's the issue here. Do you know how much money we've spent on the drug war since it started? Over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. He's like, they're just not trying hard enough, man. I would intensify the drug war, because that would fix absolutely everything, I'm sure. No, Ben, the reason why we have so many societal ills connected to this is because of the drug war and because drugs are illegal. And we have the evidence to back this up. So when you look at Portugal, where they decriminalize drugs, you have a lower rate of drug abuse, you have a lower rate of drug use, and you have, lower crime rate. On basically every single issue, every single substantive point that we'd all like to see improve, it has improved when you decriminalize drugs. Even when you look at Colorado, where they've legalized marijuana, the crime rate has gone down. There's been a plethora of positive results, never mind the revenue to the state. And this is the same thing. This is what, now the 100th time I've made the point on this show? This is the same thing that happened with prohibition of alcohol. When alcohol was illegal, the black market was thriving, and the mafia got incredibly powerful and incredibly rich. Ben, can't you see that that's exactly what's happening with the drug cartels right now? Because you've made it illegal, you've taken the money out of the hands of the official businessmen, and you've put the money directly into the hands or in the pockets of the drug cartels and the gangsters and the people who, by definition, are criminals because they're selling it on the black market. And then there's the problem of regulation. Back in the day when there was prohibition, people would die from drinking a bad batch of alcohol because it was made in fucking bathtubs with bad chemicals. And today, we've heard stories, we covered a story recently, a bad dose of heroin that was laced with fentanyl, which is a much more powerful opiate or opioid, people were overdosing and dying. Why? Because that's a much more powerful drug than heroin. The same kind of drug, opiate or opioid, but it's much more powerful, and people would take their normal heroin dose and they'd die, they'd overdose because they didn't realize that the drug was cut with fentanyl. If it was legal, taxed, and regulated, that wouldn't happen. And again, everybody, don't take my word for it. Who the fuck am I? Go listen to Dr. Carl Hart, who's an addiction specialist, and he's been talking about this now for years, and he goes into great detail as to how the problem isn't the drugs, the problem is everything else, the problem is the drug war, the problem is poverty, the problem is the economy. You tie in all these other factors, that's the issue. But do you really think, man, after all this time, after decades of the drug war, we have to intensify. You just weren't trying hard enough. Well, what more do you want to do? We already have the jails full of people who were just smoking weed or had cocaine or whatever. You know, we have more people jailed in the U.S. than any other nation on earth. We have more people in prison in the U.S. today than Stalin did in his gulags at their height. That's a mind-blowing fact. He's like, no, you're not trying hard enough. So what do you want to do, big guy? Lock people up for drinking coffee, taking Xanax, drinking a Monster Energy? How about ban alcohol again? No, if you keep it illegal, the drug gangs will remain strong, crime will remain high, the drug cartels will remain powerful, and use and overdose rates will remain high. If you legalize it, tax it, and regulate it, the evidence shows that everything improves, and not only that, we have this added aspect of increased freedom, which is something that you say you're in favor of because you're a Republican who believes in small government, but you believe in freedom except for when you don't believe in freedom when it comes to substances, and then you're a big government authoritarian fascist.
Here are three of the most bizarre, strange, and frankly unbelievable kind of reasons that have been given for prohibiting the sale and use of drugs. The war on drugs, contrary to what many people believe, has been going on for a long time. The very first International Anti-Drugs Conference was actually called by no less a person than the Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II. Maybe that's why so many people involved in this campaign want to be called Tsars, although you'd think they would remember what happened to him and maybe not be quite so keen to have that title. Now, over the years, a whole number of reasons have been given for sustaining the war on drugs, for extending drug prohibition and the like. Many of these are so preposterous to any sane person's ideas that you wonder how on earth they ever got credence. One argument which was made, for example, for banning opiates in the United States in the 1890s, and which was also made for banning the sale of cannabis in the 1930s, was that it would lead to miscegenation. The idea was that the drugs in question were going to be taken by respectable white girls and turn them into sex-crazed maniacs who would then want to have sex with Chinese people or Mexicans. Apparently, nothing could be worse. Another constant theme or idea was that the drug business, the trade in drugs, if you will, was part of an international conspiracy run by all sorts of nefarious interests. These interests varied from one period to another. On some occasions, it was the International Communist Conspiracy. On other occasions, it was the Yellow Peril. On yet other occasions, it was a worldwide conspiracy of aliens and lizards, particularly the British royal family, who, as we all know, are in fact lizard-shaped aliens with a bad human disguise. The third kind of popular reason which is often given is the idea that somehow drugs are going to make their users into idle, unproductive layabouts who want to do nothing else in life except have a good time, and particularly, again, of course, have lots of sex. Now, the argument here, you might say, is a bit more plausible. except that you do have to wonder what the assumptions are behind it. The basic notion is that your life belongs to the government, and it's your job to be productive. It's your job to be basically the kind of person who never really wants or tries to have a good time, certainly not a good time involving mood-altering substances. And so the notion here is that in fact what you should be doing is simply avoiding any kind of temptation at all possible. And you do wonder in this case why these arguments are not applied to other kind of areas of life. But let's not give the people who make these arguments any more ideas.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All. Call in at 702-470-7664 or Skype in. Username Nonpartisan Liberty for All.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All, and we are back. You look at that, Ben Carson, who the fuck is he anyway? Well, he is a intelligent guy, I guess. I mean, he was a neurosurgeon, so you can't take that away from him. It doesn't mean he's a genius in all other areas. I think people tend to do that they tend to look at somebody, and because they're really smart in, say, one area, that means they're just like a genius or something. I don't know. But Ben Carson is definitely smart in his area of expertise. I think he's retired now. He's a retired neurosurgeon. But when it comes to the war on drugs, he's obviously a fucking idiot. And I would think that, I would think that any of, his medical training influenced his opinion on drugs. But they had it right in the clip after that basically it's the government wants to control you, that they want to tell you what to do. And you have these fucking Republicans. This is where I don't get it. I don't understand, and I don't understand the Democrats neither, so don't get me wrong. And I think this is by design. I totally think this is by design, because they designed two parties that are both about control. They're just about control in a different sense. But you have these Republicans that say, well, I don't want the government in my personal life. I don't want the government in my life at all. Less government is what they say. And with that, you have them saying less government, but except when it comes to what I do in my bedroom and what I put in my body and what I, all these other things that I do. And then, of course, you have the Democrats, which are the same way. It's just different things. So it's like it's been set up where, one, there are only two parties. And we'll talk about this tomorrow in detail when I talk about things being rigged. And both parties want to tell you what to do and want to control your life. It's just, how do you want your life to be controlled? That's really what it is. Do you want fascism, or do you want socialism and communism? What do you want? And the fact that people can be so brainwashed into being okay with all these drugs being illegal and people going to jail for them, when there are so many things that are worse that are illegal. like alcohol or fucking McDonald's. I know they're getting, I don't want to put down McDonald's. I know they're trying to get more healthy, but, you know, or Monsanto with all the hormones. And I mean, you look at that. You have girls that are reaching the age of puberty so much younger now. And, you know, what is the reason behind that? You know, things like that where, well, maybe it's all the fucking hormones that are in the food. And then, of course, there's, you know, the antibiotics and all of this shit. So that's why I try to eat as much organic food as possible. But I didn't really start doing that till a couple years ago. And at the same time, I still eat, you know, out too much. And hopefully it hasn't been going on as long as, you know, when I grew up. And hopefully it wasn't as bad when I grew up, which I don't think it was. But what the fuck do I know? I mean, who knows what they were doing back then? So I want to make sure I get to this before the end of the show. But as far as all the damage that the drug war has caused, and it's fucking Ronald Reagan, and I thought I got that speech from him, but I guess I did not. But I can get it, actually. But Ronald Reagan is praised by all these motherfuckers. He's praised by, like I was saying, all the Republicans are like Ronald Reagan. Or the conservatives. When they talk about how conservative they are, the guy to look to is Ronald Reagan, because he was the great conservative. Even though the damage that he did when it came to drugs, and I talked about this the last time as well, but the damage that he did when it came to the war on drugs is probably the worst thing, at least in the last, I mean, I don't know, in my lifetime, I would say, you know, worse than all of these wars and what they're doing in the Middle East, because it happens to all the people here. Because people don't think of things like this. So you have, say, I think I had to explain this. There was a story of the two women that were searched on the side of the road. So you have police that use drugs as a way to harass you, to violate your rights, to do all these things that if it wasn't for drugs, they wouldn't be able to do. So an example of that is the two women that were searched on the side of the road. And people might say, well, yeah, that hardly ever, you know, happens. That people see, this is one of the problems with people in the U.S. And maybe, hopefully, there's more and more people that are realizing that this is a fucking normal thing. And that's where the problem exists, because, well, there's a lot of problems that exist, but here's one of the areas that the problem exists. Because if you think something is just an isolated incident, you're not going to take it the same way as if It's something that happens all the time. So, I don't know. If you know somebody, you have a friend, and they're usually always, even keel, whatever. They're always a nice person. And one day, for whatever reason, they have stuff going on in their life and they yell at you or scream at you or something. You might not take it as a big deal because you're like, okay, they're never like that. That was just an isolated, thing. And they're usually, sorry, I'm trying to download this at the same time. They're usually, just a nice person and you don't have any problems with them. But if they were like that all the time, eventually you're going to see them as an asshole. I think my Reagan file got fucked up here. I'm trying to get this fucking thing downloaded. Okay, I got it. So my point being, and I'm sorry, I took like a while getting that point out there where I'm trying to download this file. Oh, I guess I already have it. Okay. I just didn't convert it over to an MP3. So it's something that when you... Wait, did I get this file a long time ago? Because it's not dated today. I'm going to have to just search for this Reagan file. I know I fucking had it. Because I remembered playing it before. No, nothing's coming up. Am I spelling Reagan wrong? But the... Yeah, I'm spelling Reagan wrong. Sorry about that. So, sorry. My point being is that, you look at it, it's an isolated incident. The problem is that all of these things, whether it's the drug war, whether it's police, whether it's whatever, it's not isolated incidents. It is what it is. And that, unfortunately, is something that does a lot of damage because people look at something as, especially with the police and the government, and when things happen, because especially now the majority of things don't get reported on, they just look at it as, oh, that's just an isolated incident. That's, whatever. And don't get me wrong, there are some things in certain areas that are isolated incidents. But there are, when it comes to the police and the government and all of that shit, there are a lot of things that are not isolated incidents. There are things that are happening on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, really, if you look at the United States and how big it is. And I mentioned this before, but no country should be this fucking big. And I'll tell you why. there's at least 300 million people, if not more, in the United States. It might be like 320 million. And I believe at least the last statistical thing I looked at, I know that's great English. The last statistical or chart I looked at showed the United States as number 3 as far as population, with China and India ahead of it. Because Russia, I think at one point when it was the Soviet Union, might have been bigger, but I think it was bigger. But that's when, it has what's like 20 countries or something like that it split into. So the reason why it should not be that big is because what say do you think you have in not only the presidential election, but really almost any election? And that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. So I don't want to get into too many details. Well, it's more we're talking about the elections being rigged, but the same thing. I mean, what say do you really think? Do you honestly think that your vote for president means anything? Now, I'm not saying it doesn't count. Yeah, it goes in there with the count of the rest of the votes. But do you actually think it means anything? It doesn't. Now, I, of course, take it a step further and say that it's rigged, not in the sense that they rig the votes and miscount them or add or subtract votes, just by the system that they've created. But that's a whole nother issue, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow. But there were these 2 women, most people have probably heard of this before, in Texas, where an aunt and her niece were driving. The police pulled them over. I don't even know if they had a reason to pull them over, but of course, they said that they smell marijuana. So they used that as probable cause to search the car. Of course, they searched the car. There's nothing in there. And then I'm sure they pat them down, go through their pockets, whatever. Nothing. So, because of that, and this makes first of all, this makes no fucking sense anyway. But they do a multiple cavity search. So they search both of their cavities. I'm trying to explain this in a way that's not disgusting or whatnot, even though I curse on the show when it comes to stuff like that. I don't like to be too graphic or whatnot. But so on each woman, they search both their cavities. Now, it makes no sense because think about it for a minute. So you're going to tell me that when they were getting pulled over, so they were smoking marijuana and they put it out and then stuffed it in one of those cavities? That might hurt if, it's still, hot from being lit. It makes no sense, seriously. And it was a woman who did it. And I think one of the girls were pretty attractive. I think the younger girl. Not only did they do it, they did it on the side of the road. So, like, literally, because there's a video, and you could see the video, and they blur out their areas. But so they have them on the side of the road, and they have it blurred out, and they use the same glove for both the aunt and the niece, and search both cavities, and of course find nothing, because they weren't smoking marijuana, nor did they have it in their cavities. So, I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. But that starts from what? Because, we can claim we smell drugs. There was another story, and this happens all the time, of a dog, because they have these drug dogs, and they can have them hit on something if they want. So say they'll, tap on something to make the dog go and do whatever to make it looks like, the dog hit on the car. And then it gives them a reason to search the car. Now, there may be nothing in the car, or there may, usually there's not, because the whole point was, and I'm thinking of a specific story. The whole point is that they knew there was nothing in the car. They just wanted to harass the people and search through their car. And those are the more, the cavity search is pretty bad, but they're both alive. You had a baby hit with a flashbang grenade because they brought a SWAT team. I guess there was a drug deal done at a house. And it wasn't like, most people think because of the media that all of these quote-unquote drug dealers are these big cartels with machine guns and missile launchers or something like Tony Montana, but they're not. The majority of drug dealers, and even the word drug dealer is just, I don't know, it sounds stupid, but the majority of them are not. They're just selling, small things here and there. And not that I'm an expert on drug dealers, but the majority of them are not violent and not dangerous. They're not the, the big cartel. Those amount of people, never mind Mexico, but in the U.S., how many fucking people do you think are involved in these big, huge cartels where they're, killing people all the time and they're these big, dangerous criminals? Not many. A couple, maybe more. 10. It's definitely not the biggest percentage of drug dealers. 90-something% of drug dealers, the majority of what, and that's why I'm saying, like, even calling them drug dealers is ridiculous, because when people think of drug dealers, they have this image in their mind, but the majority are just normal people. A lot of them that even have jobs and just sell it on the side or something, or, are teenagers or young adults who live with their fucking parents and, don't have a job, but that's how they supplement their income, or college kids. And I actually had known some, college kids that sold drugs, out of their dorm room or whatever. So this whole idea that all drug dealers are dangerous cartel members is just fucking ridiculous. But they want you to think that because when they go and bring the SWAT team and somebody ends up dead, they don't want people to be outraged like they should be. So in Georgia, there was a small drug deal. I think it was like a $50 drug deal, crystal meth or something like that, that was made allegedly outside the house. So some family members were staying there. They had a infant. The SWAT team, fucking geniuses that they are, I guess the crib was against the door or something. They threw a flashbang grenade into the house and it landed in the crib, and the baby's face was all damaged. I know they had some hearing damage. It was pretty bad. I don't know where things are at now, because I don't remember the last update that I got, because there's so many things that are going on. I mean, things like that, and I don't mean like that specifically, like a baby got hit with a flashbang grenade, but things like that go on every day, multiple fucking times a day. And this is all drug war. Even, pulling people over or searching their car, or because what else would you be searching somebody's car for? The only other thing possibly would be weapons. And that's it. But it's always drugs because they get money from them as well. The more drugs that they're able to, or drug dealers they're able to bust, they're able to keep some of the or a percentage of the assets or whatnot. Even if those assets, which most of the time they don't, had nothing to do with drug money, they end up taking them anyway. And they blackmail people. There was a farmer who there was like one weed plant on his huge farm and he didn't know, and they were able to take his whole farm in exchange for not charging him with anything. I mean, it goes on and on between the asset forfeiture, the raiding people's houses, busting down their doors, because these guys, they see it in the movies, they see it in the videos, because the training videos, that's what they look like too. And they're like, yeah, I want to be that guy who kicks down the door and throws the guy down on the ground, and it's like they're in it for the thrill of it. And again, I mean, most of these guys aren't even dangerous. You have little kids that have been killed because they either went to the wrong house or they were at the right house, but they were kids there, like little kids, and they moved or something, and they thought, this is what they say. They didn't think it was a kid, or I don't know. Because what they do is they end up in the middle of the night breaking down the door. No one knows it's the police. Sometimes people end up getting shot and killed because they pull their gun because they don't know who it is. And there's not even any need for that, because they want to make sure, we need a conviction. So really, if the whole point is to get the drugs off the street, what does it matter if they have time to flush it down the toilet or do something like that? Because it shouldn't matter if the whole point is to get rid of the drugs. I know they want their arrest or whatever, but really they can't wait a minute and knock on the fucking door so they know it's the police, and do it during the day instead of the middle of the night so people don't end up getting killed. There's just so many things that factor into drugs being illegal. And that's on the government side. You know, like I said, never mind, you know, the other side of it where if drugs were legal, you'd know what you'd be getting. They'd be safer. You wouldn't have to worry about meeting somebody that's, you know, trying to rip you off or something. Things that are mixed where you're not getting pure whatever you're getting, and you know, there's all these things that go into it, and none of them are positive. I mean, even if you look at it from the point of, as I do, I mean, I think no matter what the statistics say, that all drugs should be legal, because you have a right to put whatever you want in your own body. So, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what the statistics say. But if you look at like Colorado, I don't know if it's as a whole or it's teenage use. I know teenage use has gone down. I don't know if it's teenage use and young adults of marijuana use, because it's not cool anymore. It's like, hey, you can just go to the store and get it. It's not a fucking big deal. I mean, you have all these people on the staff of the White House, every governor, even mayors, and they can't figure this shit out. So, and I'm trying to get through as much as I can, because we only have 8 minutes left, and maybe I'll do a little extra. But, excuse me. But you can't figure this shit out, that, you know, the psychology part of it. I mean, why do you think kids want to do drugs? Some kids want to do drugs because they have issues, they need to escape, you know, so things are bad at home, whatever. But a lot of them, they want to try it because it's something you're not supposed to do. It's bad. There's that allure of it's cool. You know, people want to do what they can't do. It's just a fact. And that's why you have in Europe, you don't have the issues with drinking that you have in the United States, because it's not a big deal. They have wine with dinner. It's just not, you know, I'm sure you have some alcoholics over there, but not the amount that you have here. Because again, it's just not, it's not the same type of thing there that it is here. So I'm going to go a little longer, because I really do want to get into the what I was talking about earlier, and parents and their kids and drugs. And I actually had recently seen a documentary, because I think the last time we had talked about the drug war, we talked more about the aspects of the, you know, all the raids and the no-knock raids and the people getting killed and the police aspect. But I don't think I got too much into, or if I talked about it at all, the aspect of parents and their kids and that whole side of it. So, what I want to do now is take a quick break. And I do have something on Nixon. I don't know if he actually talks in this, but it was something I found on Nixon. I haven't actually heard it, but I will play it. And my Reagan thing keeps just going, so maybe I'll play it directly from YouTube. But again, if you'd like to call in, I know tonight hasn't been the best show, at least the level of professional. I was going to say professionality, but that's not a word. But anyway, check us out at nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. I assure you the rest of the week will be a lot better. And if you'd like to call in and tell me how much the show sucks tonight, you can call in at 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. If you'd like to speed up the process, just because I can't screen calls in the middle of the show unless I'm on a break, just send a text message with your name, where you're calling from, and what you want to talk about, and then call right back. And if you'd like to Skype in, the username is Nonpartisan Liberty for All, and just send a contact request with your name, where you're calling from, and what you want to talk about. So we will be right back after this. NonpartisanLibertyForAll.com.
The war on drugs is costing the United States a fortune. Despite an emphasis on treatment and prevention programs, the Obama administration's 2013 budget requested over $25 billion in federal spending to fight the war on drugs. And when you combine state and local spending on everything from drug-related arrest to prison to drug war costs, the American taxpayer pays $51 billion per year and has cost the nation $1 trillion over the past 4 decades. But as HuffPost national reporter Matt Sledge writes, public attitudes on the war on drugs are dramatically shifting as well and may soon be affecting policy decisions in Washington. Over 50% now people agree we need to legalize marijuana. This really all goes back to the economy and just common sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and to simple generational replacement. So this big headline number from the Pew poll last week was that 52% of Americans now support legalizing marijuana. And,
the first time it's ever been above 50%.
Yeah, first time ever above 50% in a Pew poll. And there have been kind of, incremental increases. 2 or 3% more people every year support this. And, what experts tell me is that that's because of simple generational change. Younger people are much more likely to have smoked pot themselves or to have known a friend who did so, and they're much more likely to agree that it's not a moral issue.
Well, and beyond the generational consensus is being able to look back at the last few years, and we now have 350,000 people in state or federal prison that were convicted on a drug charge. The cost of it is so expensive. So you have to sit back and say, does this all make sense at the end of the day? Or is it really worth paying the price?
Right. And
not to mention the crime involved.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people, when somebody smoked marijuana themselves or they know somebody who has, they're a lot less likely to think of that as a crime we should be sending people to jail for. Obviously,
look, I'm someone, I'll admit, I've never smoked marijuana actually, but you think if someone gets caught one time in their life, how hard is it to get a job from that? The stigma associated with someone that has ever been caught with marijuana, that changes their life.
It's not just marijuana, that's not, what a lot of people in state or federal prison are in for. It's usually not, for smoking one joint or something like that. It's usually for being involved in dealing or transporting or other drugs like cocaine. But one of the things I hint at in my piece is that shifting attitudes in marijuana probably presage shifting attitudes towards all drugs and towards the war on drugs.
This episode is brought to you by AJ+. In a 1971 speech to Congress, President Richard Nixon called drug abuse America's public enemy number one. In the same speech, he declared war on drug addiction, and since then, the war on drugs has been a controversial policy issue for the United States. After 4 decades, we want to know, did the war on drugs work? Well, in the last 44 years, Nixon's connection between crime and drugs has had far-reaching consequences, particularly in terms of race. Human Rights Watch has reported that in the 70s, African Americans in the U.S. were already being overrepresented in drug arrests, with twice as many arrests as Caucasians. But since the war on drugs began, African Americans have been arrested for drug offenses at 5 times the rate of white offenders, and yet on average, Caucasians commit more drug crimes. Part of the reason for this discrepancy has been attributed to unfair drug sentencing laws, specifically targeted toward minorities and the poor. In 1986, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill that authorized the Anti-Drug Abuse Act. This enacted mandatory minimum sentences for convictions concerning a number of drugs, including 2 forms of cocaine. Crack cocaine, which was cheaper and more commonly used by the lower class, carried a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years for 5 grams. For the more expensive powdered cocaine, one would need 500 grams for the same sentence. This 100-to-1 disparity, along with other similar drug laws, skyrocketed the number of minority drug arrests. Only in 2010 did President Barack Obama authorize a bill that lessened the gap in drug sentencing. The Drug Policy Alliance reports that annually, the U.S. spends more than $51 billion on the war on drugs, and in 2013 arrested 1.5 million people on nonviolent drug charges. In fact, some estimates place the total amount spent by the federal government on the war on drugs as high as $1 trillion. And yet, addiction rates have been unaffected, drug prices have dropped considerably, and the U.S. has the highest incarceration rates in the world. In 2010, more than half of all federally incarcerated prisoners were serving drug-related sentences. Even the CIA has been implicated in the trafficking of illegal drugs. If our own government can't avoid violating drug laws, how can we be expected to? With marijuana legalization slowly spreading across the U.S. and the success of drug decriminalization in countries like Portugal and Uruguay, it is clear that the war on drugs has failed. The illegal drug trade is a complex and sometimes overwhelming system to understand. To learn what the whole story of an 8-ball of cocaine can look like, check out this video from AJ+.
Cocaine. It's a hell of a drug. It's also hella expensive. An 8-ball, an eighth of an ounce or 3.5 grams, costs around $250 in the U.S. But what's the real price of that little baggie?
There's a link to that video also down in the description. Thank you for watching Test Tube. Please subscribe. We appreciate your support.
Prohibitions do not eliminate the market for illicit goods. Prohibitions do, however, increase violence and increase the risk of overdose. The recent history of the United States includes 2 major periods of prohibition: federal alcohol prohibition from 1920 to 1933, and the current war on drugs, which began in 1971. During both of these periods, we witnessed increases in the homicide death rate that correspond to enforcement of these prohibitions. Why do prohibitions lead to violence? First, we have to recognize that prohibiting the production or consumption of a substance does not eliminate its use. Almost half of high school seniors report using a illegal substance in their life. Prohibition merely drives the market for drugs underground. Producers operate in a black market, and consumers conceal their behavior. Economics predicts a variety of adverse effects of black markets. The evidence confirms these effects. In a black market, when disputes arise over sales territory, over product quality, over correct change, the legal system is not available. Drug producers and consumers must resolve their own disputes and may rely on violence to do so. The underground nature of black markets has other negative effects. Consumers can't report their drug dealers to the Better Business Bureau for having sold them low-quality cocaine. The lack of legal, visible options to impugn the reputation of bad-faith drug dealers typically leads to lower quality and, importantly, less predictable quality drugs, increasing the risk of poisoning and of overdose. Further, law enforcement expends resources to enforce prohibitions. The time that police officers spend chasing drug dealers and users is time not spent catching murderers, thieves, or rapists. Prison space used to house drug dealers and users is space not available for other, more serious criminals. One estimate suggests that homicide rates are 25 to 75% higher than they would be in the absence of drug prohibition. If your goal is to reduce the consumption of marijuana, cocaine, meth, or heroin, there are other policy choices available. A policy regime such as the one we have with tobacco, with high tax rates, minimum smoking ages, and extensive education campaign, could keep the consumption of these drugs relatively low while avoiding the violence and quality issues associated with the black market. It might seem counterintuitive that prohibitions are not the most effective way to reduce the consumption of a good, but economics points out that prohibitions generate black markets, and black markets lead to other adverse effects.
Promoting the ideas of true freedom and liberty, nonpartisan liberty for all radio with Dave Bourne.
And we are back. A lot of good points, I think, made within those clips. And, I mean, these are the things that even former law enforcement has been saying for years. It's just that the war on drugs is just a waste of time. It's a waste of money. And it's failed. They have lost the war on drugs. And one of the other reasons is that no matter what, if somebody wants to get high, they're going to find something to get high with. I remember when I was in high school that one of my friends would fucking sniff rubber cement. And don't ask me why. I don't know what the fuck it did, but I guess it got him high or something. And then there was that thing where people would buy whipped cream, and I guess it got you high for like 5 minutes because nitrous oxide, I think, or something was in it. So essentially, if somebody wants to get high, they're going to get high. You can't ban everything. And really, you have... These are the people that I think bother me the most. You have these people that want to legalize marijuana, and okay, that's fine. First of all, I actually like the black market in a sense, because I had mentioned the black market, in that if something is legal, but you create you're an agorist. You create your own black market where you don't have to pay taxes on it and go around the federal government that way. But I'm talking about products that are produced and, in a way that you can trust what's in them. But one of the, I totally forgot my mind totally went blank. It's getting late for me, but just with the black market stuff, that no matter what, as I was saying, people are going to find a way to get high. It doesn't matter whether it's legal or not. So, I know what I was saying. I'm sorry. That people that want marijuana to be legal, and, that's a positive thing. I understand that. But the problem that I have with that, for some people, and it's only people that take this position, because obviously if you don't take this position, then I don't have a problem with it. But the problem is for the people that only want marijuana to be legal. And the reason behind it's not because they all of a sudden have become somebody who thinks, oh, yeah, people have the right to do drugs if they want to. They have just decided that marijuana is not bad enough a drug for it to be illegal. So essentially, with other drugs, they think they should be illegal, like heroin and stuff like that. So they still want to control what you do and control what you do with your body, but they just think that marijuana is not that bad. And those are the people that really bother me, because really that's all they're saying. They're just saying, well, marijuana is just not that bad, so I don't have a problem with it, as opposed to them actually believing or thinking that people have the right to do what they want with their own body. And there's so many statistics that will tell you that the war on drugs is a failure and it just makes things worse. And we've heard some of them in some of the clips, and a lot of law enforcement, as I said, will say the same thing. But I don't care if they said that, it is working. I would still say that they should be legal, simply for the purpose of somebody having the ability to decide what to put in their own body. But not only do you have that, you have all these facts to support it. But politicians won't touch it. So, as I had said, the only thing I've heard in the debates, I remember Chris Christie in the last debate, which was Saturday, just said something about, getting some people some help or something. And that was really it. And I would have liked to have heard Ben Carson actually say something, because I don't know that many people have heard that. Not that he's going to get the nomination anyway. But it's crazy that no one's talking about that. And it's still doing the same damage. Now they're using terrorism to do a lot of the same things that the drug war did. So the war on terror, they're able to violate people's rights that way. But they're still using drugs, and they're using a lot of the things or tactics that they used from the war on drugs now on the war on terror. So let me play this Reagan speech real quick, and then we'll come back and talk about the relationship between kids and their parents and drugs. It's just a 5-minute speech. Hopefully this will come through playing through YouTube. It doesn't start playing right away, so let me fast forward it a little.
Good evening. Usually I talk with you from my office in the West Wing of the White House, but tonight there's something special.
I'm Ronald Reagan, and I don't even know what I'm talking about.
To talk about.
Nancy?
And I've asked someone very special to join me. Nancy and I are here in the West Hall of the White House, and around us are the rooms in which we live. It's the home you've provided for us, of which we merely have temporary custody. Nancy's joining me because the message this evening is not my message, but ours. And we speak to you not simply as fellow citizens, but as fellow parents and grandparents and as concerned neighbors. It's back to school time for America's children, and while drug and alcohol abuse cuts across all generations, it's especially damaging to the young people on whom our future depends. So tonight, from our family to yours, from our home to yours, thank you for joining us. America has accomplished so much in these last few years. Whether it's been rebuilding our economy or serving the cause of freedom in the world, what we've been able to achieve has been done with your help, with us working together as a nation united. Now we need your support again. Drugs are menacing our society. They're threatening our values and undercutting our institutions. They're killing our children. From the beginning of our administration, we've taken strong steps to do something about this horror. Tonight, I can report to you that we've made much progress. 37 federal agencies are working together in a vigorous national effort. And by next year, our spending for drug law enforcement will have more than tripled from its 1981 levels. We have increased seizures of illegal drugs. Shortages of marijuana are now being reported. Last year alone, over 10,000 drug criminals were convicted, and nearly $250 million of their assets were seized by the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration. And in the most important area, individual use, we see progress. In 4 years, the number of high school seniors using marijuana on a daily basis has dropped from 1 in 14 to 1 in 20. The U.S. military has cut the use of illegal drugs among its personnel by 67% since 1980. These are a measure of our commitment and emerging signs that we can defeat this enemy. But we still have much to do. Despite our best efforts, illegal cocaine is coming into our country at alarming levels, and 4 to 5 million people regularly use it. 500,000 Americans are hooked on heroin. 1 in 12 persons smokes marijuana regularly. Regular drug use is even higher among the age group 18 to 25, most likely just entering the workforce. Today, there's a new epidemic: smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users. It is an uncontrolled fire. And drug abuse is not a so-called victimless crime. Everyone's safety is at stake when drugs and excessive alcohol are...
How is it not a victimless crime? That's what I want to know. I don't understand it's not. So we'll see what Mr. Regan has to say, the actor.
Used by people on the highways or by those transporting our citizens or operating industrial equipment. Drug abuse costs you and your...
Yeah, if you're taking drugs while you're driving or while you're doing this. But how many people are fucking doing that? So it's I don't know.
Fellow Americans at least $60 billion a year. From the early days of our administration, Nancy has been intensely involved in the effort to fight drug abuse.
I'm especially concerned about what drugs are doing to young mothers and their newborn children. Listen to this news account from a hospital in Florida of a child born to a mother with a cocaine habit. Nearby, a baby named Paul lies motionless in an incubator, feeding tubes riddling his tiny body. He needs a respirator to breathe and a daily spinal tap to relieve fluid buildup on his brain. Only 1 month old, he's already suffered 2 strokes.
And whose fault is that? The mother for being irresponsible. It's not like drugs went and just jumped in her body. Now, I'm not saying that drugs are good. I'm not sitting here trying to promote drugs and say, hey, everybody do drugs. But of all the people that they named, if it's not affecting their life directly, if it's not ruining their life, if it's not, I don't think it's an issue. I think for a lot of people it is an issue. However, it's their issue to deal with how they see fit, and to put people in jail and to force people into rehab where it's not going to work anyway, unless they're committed to do it, is not going to do anything.
Now you can see why drug abuse concerns every one of us, all the American family. Drugs steal away so much. They take and take until...
I think they, you know, and as somebody, as a kid growing up in the 80s, and I mean, like being a kid in the 80s, like young, I honestly think that a lot of my, at least for a while, a lot of my perception when I was a kid of drugs, even though I thought that they should be legal, but my perception of them was really bad, like 100 times worse than it actually was. You know, I would think of, and I've never done cocaine, but I would think of that as like, oh my God, somebody did cocaine, like how bad it was, like it, you know, that it's like, I can't think of an analogy, but that it's so bad for somebody that does any of these drugs. And then, of course, you know, and I grew up, I realized, you know, I knew people that had done them, and I realized that, you know, they weren't really all that bad. I mean, heroin I still think is pretty bad, but I don't really know. And crystal meth I definitely think is bad, from knowing some people that had issues with it. But besides that, I mean, and things like crystal meth wouldn't even be used if it wasn't for the fact that all these other things were illegal. Crystal meth is something you can make in a lab. I mean, people would probably do cocaine if it was affordable and it was not something that had to be shipped over here. I mean, not that I haven't done cocaine or crystal meth, so, you know, but from what I understand and people I've talked to.
Finally, every time a drug goes into a child, something else is forced out, like love and hope and trust and confidence. Drugs take away the dream from every child's heart and replace it with a nightmare. And it's time we in America stand up and replace those dreams. Each of us has to put our principles and consciences on the line, whether in social settings or in the workplace, to set forth solid standards and stick to them. There's no moral middle ground. Indifference is not an option. We want you to help us create an outspoken intolerance for drug use. For the sake of our children, I implore each of you to be unyielding and inflexible in your opposition to drugs.
Yeah, and look what the result of that was. And of course it's terrible if a kid is born to a drug addict mother. I mean, she shouldn't be having the kid in the first place. These are the same people that are against abortion. But to, you know, a lot of what they're doing is fucking straight up propaganda, really, to be honest. You know, they're taking one story, and yeah, that has happened. And I actually had an ex-girlfriend who it wasn't my baby, but who did coke when she was pregnant. I don't know what happened to the baby. I mean, now, Jesus, the kid is like, what, like 17 or something, or 18. So I don't know if it had any long-term effect, but of course that's terrible. But so what do you do about that? Seriously, when you look at an issue like that, what do you do about it? Do you put the mother in jail? you technically could say that, well, she made a choice to do drugs. She knew she was pregnant. Put her in jail for injuring the baby or hurting the baby. You could do that. I don't think that's something that you should do. You could force people into rehab, or you could keep putting people in the jail. This has become a business. This is it's about a couple of different things. Well, more than a couple, but I mean, one, it's a business. The prison industrial complex, the law enforcement, DEA, the police, all of that. And then control over your life. Because as I said, look at the police. It gives them a reason to search your car. Gives them a reason to search your house if you're accused of something. It gives them reasons to do a lot of things that they wouldn't have reasons to do. Again, now they're trying to replace it with terrorism as things like marijuana become legal, or they're trying to replace it by upping things like hydrocodone was a Schedule 3. They have schedules for all drugs. They move it up to a Schedule 2, which means you can't even get refills on it. So they want to make it harder for people to get painkillers. You know what happens to some people when they can't get certain things? So if you have somebody who is getting, something from the doctor, or say they're getting something actually really strong, like fucking Oxycontin. I heard they have, what do they have, like 30? I think they even have like 80s. But whatever, say they're getting like 80s. And then they can't get them anymore. What do you think they're going to do? Because I think withdrawal from that much could probably fucking kill you. They're going to go out on the street and buy heroin. So, what people really have to look at is what's behind it. What's behind the drug use? Because most people that use drugs, with the exception of, pain and stuff like that, or a valid medical condition, most people that use street drugs, they use them for a reason, because they have certain issues or certain things they can't cope with, and that's how they deal with them. And maybe without them, they'd be worse off. I mean, I don't know. But I'm sure there's plenty of people that may be worse off. I'm sure there's plenty of people. There was that guy from, there was a movie based on a true story, Jordan Belfort. He was the guy who became, I think he became a billionaire. He started in penny stocks, and it was, what was the name of the movie? Leonardo DiCaprio starred in it. I can't think of the name of it, but it's a pretty recent movie, came out the last couple years. So it was based on his life. He talked about, so I wake up, take like 10 Quaaludes, then I take this to, balance me out. Then I take what, and the guy was a billionaire. I'm not trying to be somebody who sits there and says that drugs are great and people should do drugs. I mean, you have plenty of people that are smoking marijuana 3-4 times a day. Of course, those same people want to accuse other people of things when they're practically doing things that are worse, but whatever. But if they can function doing that, then who gives a fuck? And of course, there are some drugs that are worse than others. There's no doubt that there are. And, that's a factor as well, of course. But putting people in jail and giving police the rights to be able to do all of these things because of drugs. Probably more than half of their job is drugs. And I don't mean that in that them finding them or them even arresting people for them. I mean in how they approach things. Because they could say they could have drugs on them. So I would say, knowing the statistics of their arrest, knowing that 75% of their arrests are for bullshit misdemeanors and 25% are for serious things, that I'm sure they use their power that is essentially granted to them via drugs to violate people's rights and arrest them for things all the time. So I want to get back to, before I go, I want to get back to the whole thing of kids and self-ownership and drugs. And I think the majority of kids, if they were going to do any drug, if they were going to try marijuana, they're not going to tell their parents. I would say probably, and this is just an estimate, 95% maybe more. I don't know really if parents have changed in the past, 15 years. If parents are more, I guess my mother wasn't that, when I was, but it wasn't until I was older, but maybe high school, like when we were drinking, it wasn't a huge thing. But I think part of it was she realized, especially with my brother who's younger than me, that he's going to drink and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Unless you want to try to lock him in the room, in the house, for what? But I would think that you'd want to have a relationship with your kids. And I don't have kids, so obviously I'm not an expert. I'm looking at this from the standpoint of a kid. Not that I'm a kid anymore, but when I was, and I would have wanted to be able to have a relationship where you can tell your parents anything. I didn't fucking trust my father. I trusted my mother a lot more than I trusted my father, and I trusted my mother to a point. It depends what age I was, I guess. But probably once I was 18. But at 18, it's like, what does it matter anyway? Even though I did live there. But I would think that parents want relationships with their kids where they can share any of that information. And you look at how some parents treat their kids like they own them. And I know you bring them up and you spend all this money and you do all these things for them when they're babies and when they get older, and you buy them stuff and, you know, countless amounts of things that you do to bring up a child, right? But what parents fail, I guess not all of them, and they may change their attitudes when they get older, but in general, what parents fail to realize is the fact that you chose to have a kid. And parents get something out of it. So it's not a one-sided thing where the kid gets everything and the parents get nothing. Obviously, the parents have a kid for a reason. And I guess I'm talking about all the parents that have kids on purpose. But if you choose not to have an abortion, then you chose to have a kid, even if it was an accident. Which I know from statistics that a lot of kids are. But still, if you choose to still have that kid, there's morning after pill now too. So if you choose to have that kid, then you're responsible for them and you get things out of it. And I had a conversation about this before, that wanting to have kids, and I'm talking about people that want to have kids, is selfish in a way. And what I mean by that, saying it like that, it makes no sense. But what I mean by that is you're getting something out of it. Whether it's, you know, when you get older, you'll have somebody there to take care of you, or because the enjoyment you get out of taking care of them, or to live vicariously through them, or the love that you get from them, whatever it might be. And it might be all of those things. It might be I'm sure it is a combination of most of those things that you get from having a kid. You know, again, assuming you want one. I'm not talking about these people that, you know, just end up having kids and really don't want them and don't really give a fuck. Because I'm sure you have that too. I mean, you have plenty of kids that feel unloved and are all fucked up. And a lot of that stems from your parents. I would say that, and I'm not a psychologist, obviously, but I would say that the majority of issues that people have stems from their upbringing and their relationship with their parents. Or not necessarily always their parents, but definitely their upbringing, because it could have been other things that happened to you when you were a kid. Because for whatever reason, things that happen to you when you're a kid, you remember so much more, and it affects you so much more. It's not like when you're older, the same thing could happen and it's whatever, it bothers you for a couple of days and it's over. But when you're a kid and certain things happen to you, there's things that could damage you partially for life. well, maybe not life, but I mean, there is things that could partially damage you for life. But I mean, I'm talking about things that happen that if they happen to you later wouldn't really be a big deal. So one of the things that I talk about a lot or try to get in every time I can is peaceful parenting. And not just the part of the I don't hit my kid, because that's what I kind of got from some of the people promoting peaceful parenting, but I might have missed out on some of that. I'm talking about the essentially no discipline. And I know to say that, of course, most people would be, you're nuts. How can you have a kid and give them pretty much freedom to do whatever they want? Well, it's not like you give them freedom to do whatever they want and you don't say anything to them. They just go and just do whatever they want. That's not what I mean. I think from what I've looked at and what I've researched, it's more that if you take that route, which I think, and again, this is not from based on the opinion of a person that does not have kids, but reading and doing research from people that do. But looking at it, to me, I would think that that is the best way to do it. But as I was saying, you need to put even more time in, because the difference being is that by giving them this freedom, at the same time, you're trying to guide that and give them advice. And it's like giving them freedom, but you're not giving them as much freedom as it sounds like. You are, but you're not. It's because you're there and part of it the whole time. So it's like they start to come to you for things, or you develop that relationship with them where if they want to do something, they want you to be there, and obviously you talk to them about it first, and you develop a system of trust. Where how many people actually have that kind of relationship? I know a bunch of parents probably think, yeah, we have that relationship, we trust each other, and blah, 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 and it's probably a bunch of bullshit. But the reality of it is that most parents, I don't think, have that relationship with their kids. You know, maybe when they're older, but I mean, I'm talking about when they're young, and being able to have them look to you even on how to act in certain situations. Like Dana Martin, who I mentioned, is a peaceful parenting activist and homeschooler, unschooler. I believe she wrote a book or a couple books and is very active in, I guess you would say, I don't know what you'd call it, the peaceful parenting community or something to that effect. But she had even said that, you know, when she goes somewhere, that her kids would even look to her like, you know, how do I act here, or what should I wear, or what should I? So it wasn't, because they had built that type of trust that the kids knew that she was going to tell them the truth, that she wasn't going to tell them something just to tell them something, that they had developed that relationship. And I had mentioned earlier about the matches and that she let her son just light matches. And I'm sure he got over it pretty quick, but it was something he wanted to do. You have that too. When you have parents that just are trying to just cram everything down a kid's throat and have a authoritarian type household, as I mentioned before, it's like you're just handing most people, they just hand their kids over to the government when they're 18 and they're their new parents. And then the government, as far as they see it, they own everybody. The government essentially feels that they own you. And they prove it all the time. So back to what we were saying about drugs. If the government is going to put you in jail for doing drugs, what's the difference between that and your parents punishing you and telling you to go to your room for doing whatever? What's the difference? There really isn't one. It's the government maintaining that control or trying to keep that control over you. Because to the government, you don't own yourself. There's no such thing as self-ownership and government. This bullshit that, well, we the people, what was the bullshit that somebody tried to fucking post on one of my pages? Something about, well, don't we the people run the police, or don't the police have to respond to us, and really we're the ones who run the government. It's a government run by the people. Really? Try fucking getting something done, or go to the state house and try telling them that, or try going and telling the police that. Because it's not. And they want to tell you that, or, not directly, but indirectly tell you that every chance they can, that they control this and they control that. And you look at the debates and you look at what they're talking about and how, we need a leader to do this, and we need a leader and a leader. And no, I don't need a leader. I am my own leader. I don't need you. That's the whole thing. And it's not just at the presidential level. It's on any level. Why do I need somebody to dictate how I should live my life, what I should do? And right now you might think, well, the government doesn't really do that. They do it a lot more than you think, for one. You're just oblivious to it. But a lot of things that they do affect you. You just don't realize that they're doing them. But they're getting where they're taking more and more control. And it does affect your everyday life. Now, back to, because I really got to go in the next 10 minutes. I really planned on doing a 2-hour show, and then with all the issues, It turned into 4 hours, but so I'm going to leave in the next 10 minutes. So, and end at 11 tonight. But really, when it comes to your kids, it's their lives. Just because you chose to have them, and remember that you chose to have them. And you chose to have them for your own selfish reasons. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. So when I'm saying selfish, I'm not saying selfish in a bad way that, oh, you're selfish, like you're a bad person. Because at the same time, you're giving them something. You're giving them love. You're giving them affection. You're giving them clothes, whatever else, food, a place to live, all of these things. So you're not just giving them, you know, it's not just it's not just a selfish thing. I mean, they're obviously getting all of these things out of it too, but that doesn't mean you own them. So at some point, whether it's sex or whether it's whatever, and tonight's show, we happen to be talking about drugs. But if you want a relationship where your kid is going to be able to come to you and talk to you about drugs, you have to build that way beforehand. There is no way that your kid who, you know, and I don't even know what kids are doing now. You know, I know when I was younger, I really didn't know what kids were doing. I knew they were doing marijuana because I sold it, but I just assumed, well, that's not true because I had friends that were doing stuff, but that wasn't high school. That was like when I was in my early 20s, but I guess they were, you know, a little younger. So I just always thought of it because I was maybe like 20 or 21 and they were out of high school. So I guess I looked at it differently. But in high school, I mean, the biggest thing was, you know, drinking, which I did, and smoking marijuana, which I tried senior year and I really wasn't into it. I could probably still count the amount of times I've done it. I mean, it's probably like 20 or something, but and that was usually we were drinking and couldn't get any more alcohol, and it would, you know, get me more drunk. By itself, I didn't like it. It just made me paranoid. But now they have all these different types of, you know, back then it was just like, you know, chronic or nothing. I mean, just regular weed or something, you know, and now I guess they've perfected all these growing skills where they have, well, this works good for this and this works good for that and all of these things, and it wasn't something that they had back then that I was aware of, but not something that I'm, you know, planning on getting into. But when your kids come to you, and again, I don't know what they're doing now. I would think still, you know, marijuana and alcohol, but even alcohol. I mean, alcohol is a drug as well. Alcohol, I think kids are more comfortable talking to their parents about because most parents actually drink alcohol, so they don't feel as bad. But still, they might know just by how the parents react that they can't tell their parents that they drank. They can't talk to them about it. They have to hide it from them. They have to go other places to drink. They have to do all these things. And if they're smoking marijuana, the same thing. So would you rather your kid go out to some party and get wasted, or not even get wasted? I mean, I'm thinking of girls, because most girls, and I know I don't want to offend any girls, but most girls, because their weight and they're smaller, can't handle as much alcohol as guys. And a lot of girls will get taken advantage of for, drinking too much. And would you rather your daughter out drinking and smoking and you not knowing about it and not knowing how she's getting home and all of these things? Or would you rather have a relationship where you can trust her to tell you that? Because if it's going to be, no, you can't do that, you can't go out, they're not going to tell you. And again, it comes from building that relationship way before that and letting them know that they own themselves. So really, by the time that they would want to do drugs or try drugs or try alcohol, I mean, I honestly think almost any drug, and I guess it's hard for me to say this, but I guess I think no matter what the drug was, if I had a daughter who was in high school and she said, I'm thinking of trying this, that, I would say, well, I've heard bad things about it and I wish you wouldn't. And if you do, I wish, could you do that here the first time or something and have your friends over or something like that? But of course, if you don't have that relationship, you're not even going to know. They're going to be doing it wherever. So I know that's something that would definitely be hard to deal with. It's just like sex, like, your daughter telling you, well, I'm thinking about having sex with my boyfriend. And then what are you going to do? Because they're going to find a way to do it anyway. And that's where there's a difference between raising somebody who grows up to just be an obedient slave of the government or somebody who's independent and questions things. Not to mention, of course, the bonus of having a great relationship with them. Of course, you have that too, where you have a great relationship with your son or daughter because you allowed them to experience life and experience things and built a relationship based on trust. I mean, what the fuck do I know? It's hard for me to really say, not having, kids yet. So, I can only base it off of what I've heard and, the research that I've done, and that's it. But I do know this, as being a kid before, that my parents couldn't have stopped me from drinking or if I wanted to do drugs. My brother did like a bunch of drugs. They couldn't do anything to stop him from doing it. He was going to do it whether they wanted him to do it or not. So that's the whole thing, is most people are going to do what they're going to do, except for, you know, hurting people and, you know, killing somebody or whatever. And that's why I always say essentially you have the right to do that as long as you don't hurt anybody or kill anybody or anything like that, or mess with their property. You have the right to do whatever you want. But not only does the government want to stop you, but a lot of times parents want to stop you too. So that's all for tonight. Hopefully you won't hold tonight's show against me for the beginning and the issues we had there. I'll have them cleared up by tomorrow. So I appreciate everybody tuning in that did. And if you're listening on the replay, thanks for listening and getting past the first hour. Maybe you just skipped past it. So we'll be back tomorrow with Shire Dude, and we'll be talking all about our elections rigged, especially the presidential election. So hopefully I will see you tomorrow. NonpartisanLibertyForAll.com.
Arrest is a real and dangerous crime.